watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome in to Fox 35 News Plus. I guess welcome back in if you've watched before, if you were with us on Friday. Good morning to you, Garrett Wymer here. We appreciate you joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube right now. Things are already gearing up to be a busy day. We've got a lot of news to cover, including a couple of national stories that we are continuing to follow and hoping for updates throughout the day today. The first is the shooting at Brown University that happened on Saturday. 2 people were killed, 9 were injured. We have learned today that a person of interest in that case has been released from custody, and so at this point it is believed that the gunman in that case is still at large. So we are hoping for updates today on that case. That's one big national story that we are continuing to keep an eye on. We are also monitoring the deaths of Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle, found dead at their home in Los Angeles. Of course, Rob Reiner, a comedian, an actor, a filmmaker, and we have learned, according to reporting from our station out in LA, that they were found in their homes, believed to be stabbed to death. And also seeing reporting this morning now that Nick Reiner, that couple's son, has been arrested. He is currently in custody. We're hoping for an update on that case a little bit later today as well. There was an initial news conference overnight, but we're hoping for some more details, some more information to come out today, and we will be keeping an eye out for that when it does begin. More pressingly, around 11:30, we are expecting an update from the FBI and from Los Angeles police about a foiled terror plot. Here's what I can tell you about it right now. This is a tweet from Pam Bondi, a post on X just about an hour ago, saying, after an intense investigation, the Department of Justice, working with our FBI, prevented what would have been a massive and horrific terror plot in the Central District of California, Orange County, and Los Angeles. The Turtle Island Liberation Front, a far-left pro-Palestine, anti-government, and anti-capitalist group, preparing to conduct a series of bombings against multiple targets in California beginning on New Year's Eve. The group also planned to target ICE agents and vehicles. This was an incredible effort by our U.S. attorneys' offices and the FBI to ensure Americans can live in peace. We will continue to pursue these terror groups and bring them to justice. So right now, that's all we know about this. But again, Attorney General Pam Bondi, the Department of Justice, the FBI, expected to hold a news conference at 11:30 in Los Angeles to give some more details about that, and we will bring that news conference to you live right here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Now, let's talk about Central Florida news today. The trial beginning for a man accused of killing a store clerk in Leesburg last year. This has been a high-profile case, and once you see the story, you'll remember, I'm sure, seeing that surveillance video from that case. Alex Lopez is accused of killing a 55-year-old store clerk during a robbery last year. And Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more on what we can expect inside the courtroom this week.
The murder trial begins for a man accused of killing a store clerk in Leesburg. If convicted, he could face the rest of his life in prison. Police say the shooting happened May of last year inside M&M Food Mart. Prosecutors say surveillance video shows Alex Lopez walking into the store and shooting and killing 51-year-old Rai Shahida. Investigators say Lopez took off after that, evading the police for weeks. He was eventually caught at a hotel in Kissimmee. Lopez now faces several charges, including murder. We spoke to the victim's wife last summer, who told us she just wants justice.
Does it bring my husband back? No. But do we have a sense of continued relief that the detective is doing what he's supposed to do and working hard to ensure that everyone involved suffers the consequences? Definitely.
Authorities say Lopez didn't do it alone. They claim his mother, his sister, and his girlfriend all helped him avoid being arrested. Of those 3, only his mother was formally charged. We'll bring you updates from the courtroom. Reporting in Lake County, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 35 News.
And Amanda is in the courtroom right now for jury selection, which is underway at this time. I'm seeing her reports from inside the courtroom right now. Lopez has 2 family members in the courtroom. She's reporting that Lopez seems calm, even smiling and laughing with his attorney. He is handcuffed on his wrists and feet. No victim family in the courtroom at the moment. Potential jurors on the way, and selection is expected to start soon. Opening statements are slated for tomorrow, and they expect the trial to run probably through about Thursday. It could go into Friday. That is what we heard from a discussion between the judge, the defense, and the prosecutors in open court this morning ahead of that jury selection getting underway. So we will have much more coverage for you of that trial, beginning with opening statements, whether that is later today or as is expected right now tomorrow morning. Let me give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando. You can see some clouds in the sky, some birds flying around there as well. Always like seeing the birds in these shots from high above the streets of downtown Orlando. You can see Lake Eola there on this Monday morning. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. Brooks, we're still kind of in this same, a little bit of a cooler pattern here.
Yes, yeah, and we're missing this one by just an inch. We're talking about a real push of Arctic air that's currently freezing Tennessee and Georgia and the Carolinas. We're just south of it, so we're catching the wind from it and the cool breezes, but nothing too bad out there. And it's actually going to warm up significantly as we head through the rest of this week. It's all thanks to high pressure right now, which is over the Tennessee River Valley. It's moving east, so our winds are coming in off the ocean. And because the ocean is so warm compared to the land, with Gulf Stream water still in the 70s, any air coming off of that body of water is going to naturally warm up. That's why Daytona right now is 62. If we didn't have the ocean there, just like you imagine a world without the Atlantic, we'd be sitting in the 20s and 30s this morning. So it really is having a big impact. It's also really rough at the beaches as well. Now, we're going to see clouds increasing through the day today. The northeast wind, cool air over warm water producing these clouds. You can see them kind of encroaching in from roughly Orlando points east at this midday hour. As the day continues, we'll see more of those clouds working in. And it's possible we'll see a little shower activity underneath those clouds as well from time to time, especially in Brevard County points south. Otherwise, we've got a just breezy and cool day today. High temperatures reaching the mid-60s. Right now, it's very chilly in Gainesville in the 40s, but we're close to 70 at Cocoa Beach. So it's just a matter of where you are. And it's funny, you know, this is one of those days where if you're driving through Florida, you can kind of see the trees changing from the deciduous northern variety to more of a tropical variety as you head farther south. And it's days like this, which is why it simply is harder to get cold south of I-4. And so we got a northeast wind at 30 miles an hour, and boy, it's breezy out there. It's not warm, but it's not frigid either. We're going to see temperatures basically plateauing through the day. We're going to top out at 65 by 3 and then cool down into the low 50s by 11 o'clock. And that's the beginning of the warming trend. Yep, one place that won't be warm is Gainesville, 55 degrees. Yeah, not great. 66 in Melbourne and 65 in Winter Haven. We're kind of cringing back here, but again, if you look up to the north, like Atlanta today, it'll be stuck in the 30s all day. So it's going to be real winter up there. Meanwhile, tonight, another cool one, but not terrible, about 50 in Orlando, 38 degrees in Gainesville. Now, in the long-range forecast, late this week and next week, we're going to see a pretty significant warming trend. In fact, Texas and Louisiana will be among the most warmer than normal areas. What does this mean? Well, there's a lot of red across the whole country. Not everybody's going to be warm, but it'll be warmer than normal for that location. But one place I think it's pretty hard to argue that it's going to be a lot warmer than normal and warm is Kansas, 74 in Topeka. I mean, look at Missouri, 73 in St. Louis. This, by the way, the map for Christmas. Now, it's 10 days away. It's subject to change, especially on that border between the cold and the warm. That'll shift from time to time, but it gives you a rough estimate that instead of Arctic air, we're going to be looking at a really warm Pacific air mass across much of the U.S. Sioux City in the low 60s at Christmas, that's pretty dramatic stuff. 80 for us, looks to be really nice. One place that won't be warm is the Northeast. It looks like Boston may be stuck in the 20s and the 30s, and also in the Intermountain West. So folks in New England and maybe even New York are probably going to think like, whoa, what are you talking about, a warm Christmas? But if you head down to Kentucky, suddenly it'll be in the 60s. So overall, pretty nice. All right, let's talk 7-day forecast from the perspective here in Florida. It's only going to get nicer if you're a fan of the warmer weather. Yeah, we're going to go from the low 70s tomorrow to the mid and upper 70s, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then here's the big irony. First day of winter is on Sunday, and that's the first day we'll see 80 in several weeks, only in Florida.
That's right. And looking at that map, it's kind of crazy to see how stark of a cutoff there is.
Right.
You know, much of the country for your Christmas forecast, you know, pretty warm, and then all of a sudden you hit that kind of dividing line, and it's not playing around anymore at that point.
It really is. Arctic air is really dense in nature, and so you can literally drive one exit up the highway, and it goes from like 70 to 50, and then 30, and then 20, and then from there it's just cold. So half hour up the road, it's wintertime.
No white Christmas for much of the country this year.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of it's a really of topic, and I'll show in the coming days a current snow coverage map. But parts of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic saw some snow this past weekend.
Yeah.
And with this cold air coming, a big chunk of that's going to melt before Christmas. I say with this warm air coming, a big chunk of that's going to melt before Christmas. So it'll be interesting to see. I think that the idea of a white Christmas will be a song by Bing Crosby.
Right.
But not much more.
Yeah, and 80 degrees here in Florida. So
yeah, the only place to find a white Christmas here will be the Gulf Coast beaches.
Yeah, good point with the sand.
Yes.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You bet. Thanks, Garrett.
Give you a live look at I-4 here in Lake Mary from the view from our station here at Fox 35, our tower camera. And if you are a high school football fan, you may know by now the Lake Mary Rams are state champions. They beat Vero Beach on Saturday night in Miami. It's Lake Mary's first state championship title for football. And what a season, what a game it was as well. Fox 35's Marley Capper has more.
I wouldn't come down either if that was my win. It was an absolute incredible end to that game. The video's online. You got to watch them. It was 21-27 with about 6 seconds left of the game. Quarterback Noah Grubbs looked down the field somewhere to throw the ball. He just chucks it down there. We know that Barrett Schultz got the ball, but it got tipped out by a DB from Vero Beach. And then TJ came in with the catch, kind of wiggled his way into the end zone to secure the touchdown. And of course, they did make the extra point, winning the game. Take a look at the video.
3, 2, 1, barring penalty, final play to the 5, deflected, caught, and he's brought down at the 2-yard line. No, he's not. He's in the end zone for a touchdown.
Man, I love hearing the announcer get so excited for them there. What a moment that these state champs will not forget. They were down 21-3 at halftime, so that just paints a picture of how much they had to work their way back to win, again, the first state title in school history. Not only are they making their parents proud, but their community, their school, and the staff, they're all so proud, and everybody just erupted as they got their comeback win.
It was just like my pops, man, like seeing that look on his face, like, yeah, that meant the world for sure.
Definitely couldn't do it without the team. Everyone has to be in it till the end, no matter what, and that's the only way we were able to make it happen, and we did.
Well, needless to say that they are excited to walk down the hallways today at school. It starts in a few hours. We know that they're really excited to bring home not just the trophy, but just a lot of pride for Lake Mary High School. Just again, congratulations to the team. We know that the quarterback, Noah Grubbs, is committed to Notre Dame. Barrett is going to FIU to continue his football career. There's lots of players that are going to be continuing as well. So one more time, congrats to Lake Mary Rams for their incredible season and incredible win.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And we're going to talk more about that game and all the other state championship games as well coming up in just a couple of minutes here as we have a special state championship edition of our Monday morning quarterback segment. So keep it here on Fox Local. We'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is the time of the week where we take a look at some of the standout football performances from the weekend. It's our Monday morning quarterbacking segment, and this time we have a special state championship edition for you, taking you through all 7 of the high school state championship games down in Miami over the weekend. And to help us lead us through all of these is Tim Walters. He's the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. And Tim, always enjoy talking football with you, and we appreciate you joining us here this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Garrett. We got a lot of good stuff to get to.
Yeah, let's jump right in. We'll work our way through the classifications, starting with 1A. What stood out to you from the Cardinal Newman and Chaminade Madonna game?
Yeah, so Cardinal Newman pulls off the big upset of Chaminade Madonna. They had won 4 consecutive state championships, and it's the first one in Cardinal Newman history. So cool thing for them. Their quarterback, Jerron Hewley, he had 2 touchdowns, 1 rushing and 1 passing, and he had including a 69-yard run in the second quarter. So after the game was tied 7-7 at halftime, he hit Ethan Holland for a 40-yard touchdown pass in the third quarter. That was the go-ahead touchdown. So congratulations to Cardinal Newman winning a close one there, 17-14, and all that did was set the stage for an incredible weekend of college football. Or high school football.
Yeah, well, some of these players we will be seeing certainly on Saturdays very soon in college football. And now take us through the 2A championship. Not quite as close of a score in that one.
No. In fact, here's another Cardinal. So 1A was Cardinal Newman. This is Cardinal Mooney. It was a good weekend for a school named after Cardinals. But Cardinal Mooney, look, they've been absolutely stampeding through the playoffs. Most people haven't had a chance against them, and neither did Bowles from Jacksonville. It was 52-28, which was absolutely insane. And the running back, Cannell Jackson, who he has had just an incredible season. He was named the MVP of the game, rushed 26 times for 161 yards and 3 touchdowns. So that was Wednesday night. That was a bit of a blowout for, the people I cover in Jacksonville at the Florida Times-Union. They were obviously upset that Bowles lost, but they had another hope from the city of Jacksonville, and that was in the 3A game.
Yeah, take us through that one, and that one was a good one.
Yeah, now here, I thought this was the best game of the weekend until the 7A game happened Saturday, so we'll get to that in a minute. But first, in 3A, Jacksonville Reigns pulled off another huge upset. You gotta love it when upsets happen in high school football. Look, Miami Northwestern, they're one of the best programs in the state. They win state titles all the time. Well, Reigns wins 23-22, but it's the final 3 minutes. So I'm just going to fast forward in this game, and Northwestern gets a touchdown, and they take a lead 22-17 with 1:55 to go. So, Reigns' back is against the wall. They take the kickoff, they march down, and then they stall out. It is 4th and 10 at the 28 with 23 seconds remaining, and that is when TJ Cole, who's going to be playing at FAMU next year, he hits Tadarius Washington on an exciting short pass where Washington really does all the work, takes it 17 yards for the touchdown, and they get the 1-point lead. They go for 2. They don't get it. They kick off with 10 seconds remaining. Obviously, not good for Northwestern. They're not able to do anything with it. And Reigns holds on by 1 point in just an absolutely exciting finish with that touchdown happening with 18 seconds remaining in the game. Congratulations to Reigns.
Yeah, what a game there. Now let's talk 4A and a tough loss for Jones High School right here in Orlando.
Yeah, the final score looked pretty good, 33-28, but honestly, American Heritage kind of did dominate this game. It was cool. Jones went on the scoreboard first. They were up 7-0, but ultimately, American Heritage scored 26 unanswered points. It was just too much for Jones to overcome. Their quarterback, Leon Strauder, he was another one of these dual threat guys, 173 yards, 2 touchdowns passing. He also had 71 yards rushing and a touchdown, and just hard to stop him. And then Tremaine Mullen, who's their traditional running back, he had 84 yards and 2 touchdowns. So Jones put up a good fight. They made a nice comeback late, made it close, but unfortunately it was too little too late as American Heritage from Plantation won the state championship.
And then a couple blowouts in 5A and 6A.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Lakeland is still searching for greatness, and they got squashed by St. Thomas Aquinas. No surprise, one that if they're not the best team in the state, they're obviously one of the best. Year after year after year, it was their fourth straight, or I'm sorry, their eighth consecutive state title for St. Thomas Aquinas. And they're 17th overall. So good luck, in 5A to whoever has to play them. And Lakeland, they lose 29-0, but that's all right. You're playing a state power. You've made it that far. So congratulations to Lakeland. And of course, Aquinas for winning its 8th consecutive state championship.
And then another shutout in 6A.
Yeah, West Boca Raton. Here's another team that's just been barreling through things. They won the state title last year. They won 6A state title this year, so they've got 2 in a row. They beat West Broward of Pembroke Pines 31-0. There's a Miami commit on West Boca Raton. His name's Javian Mallory. And, he missed last year's 6A game with an injury, so he came into this one with a purpose. And I tell you what, he certainly did it with 117 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns to lead West Boca. So congratulations to West Boca Raton.
Now let's talk about this Class 7A state championship, because I think that, the game of the week, unreal finish to that one, Tim.
Yeah, so we're going to spend our time really talking about the last 6 seconds of this game, right? Vero Beach, they've got a lead, 27-21, and Lake Mary gets the ball back. They've got 6 seconds left, and there's this Hail Mary play where the quarterback heaves it. Here, you see it on the screen. It's caught at the 4-yard line. The receiver stopped. He's fighting. His teammate comes over, kind of like rips the ball out of his arms, and he scores the game-winning touchdown. Now, here's the thing. That's not a lateral. It wasn't pitched backward. I don't know if you're allowed to strip your own player. He looked more like a defender than somebody on his own team. I've been covering high school football for 26 years. I've never seen anything that even comes close to that. So I'd love to get the take of an NFL referee on that play, because when the ball was taken away from him, it actually was not taken away behind him. He was standing in front of him, as you saw on that. And I've blown it up. I've slowed it down. It's almost like I said, like a defender ripping the ball away, but it's his own teammate. Is that allowed? I honestly have no idea. I've never actually looked up the rule to see if that can be done. But with that, Lake Mary wins by 1 point. They still had to make the extra point, the all-important extra point, but they kicked it home to win. So congratulations to Lake Mary. Vero Beach, it's been tough for them. Lenny Jankowski, their head coach, has been trying to get over the hump for so long. And, the people in Vero Beach are really angry at him. If you read, the message boards and things being put at tcpalm.com, which is one of our sister newspapers. And, I think Lenny's done a great job. How can you account for that type of play at the end of the game? A 45-yard Hail Mary where, it's caught at the 4, it's somehow handed off to another teammate and taken in. So, it was a heck of a play. That's one that will be talked about for a long time. But again, I'd love to get the take for an NFL referee, somebody who's, obviously knows refereeing at the highest level, to get their take on that. But regardless, yeah. Lake Mary state champions.
That is a good point, and certainly a good question. The other thing, though, that I think was interesting that set all that up is Vero trying to waste some time at the end, ended up taking that safety, whereas, had they not done that, the touchdown and extra point at the end, I think, would have only tied it, as opposed to, they would have had to, Lake Mary would have had to go for 2 to tie it, instead of having that extra point to win it at the end. So certainly a wild finish to that game, and really just capping off another great season of high school football in a state, Tim, where there is just so much talent at every level of this sport across the state.
Yeah, and the cool thing is, when you look at 1 through 7A, where all of these teams are from, the 1A team's from West Palm Beach, the 2A team is from Sarasota, the 3A team is from Jacksonville, and then 4A is Plantation, so a second South Florida team, Fort Lauderdale, West Boca, and then Central Florida, Lake Mary represented. So really, the Panhandle was the only place where you couldn't really find a state champion, because they were from all over the place. And I think that the FHSAA, they did a good job this year in what they're doing. I know they're changing up the classifications for next year, and they're going to kind of have that, I forget what they call it, that one class where they take all the best teams teams regardless of class, and they're going to put them also into a playoff. We'll see how that works out. It should be exciting, but I think they did a great job. And, basically the whole state of Florida represented with state champions. So congratulations to all 7 teams and even the 7 runner-ups, because look at how far that they had to get to make that happen. So, great job of high school football this year.
Yeah, well said. Tim Walters, the sports editor of Florida Times Union and Florida Today. Always enjoy having you on these Mondays, and thanks for joining us today.
All right. Thank you so much, Garrett. Take care.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to give you a live look where we are getting ready for a news conference in Southern California with the FBI and LA police as well, giving an update on this foiled terror plot in the Southern California area. It sounds like, from what we've heard from the Attorney General Pam Bondi, it sounds like this would have been a serious and a major terrorist attack in the Southern California area on New Year's Eve. We will find out more details here shortly. Again, this news conference is expected, it was scheduled for 11:30, so we expect it to begin any minute now. Let me just pull up the tweet again from Attorney General Pam Bondi, just to let you know what we do know right now ahead of this news conference, saying massive and horrific terror plot in Orange County and Los Angeles, California, saying the Turtle Island Liberation Front may have been behind it. This is according to the Attorney General, a far-left, pro-Palestine, anti-government, anti-capitalist group, as they were preparing to conduct a series of bombings against multiple targets in California beginning on New Year's Eve. The group also planned to target ICE agents and vehicles. So again, we expect this news conference to begin any minute now. We will take you to it live as soon as it begins. I would also imagine that there will be questions about the death of Rob Reiner. Let me give you a look at his star on the Walk of Fame, so you can see flowers laying beside it. We have learned that Nick Reiner, the 32-year-old son of Rob and Michelle, who were found dead in their home, has now been taken into custody. Still not a whole lot of details about that. We're hoping for some more information on that today as well. So I would imagine there will be questions about that. Unclear whether the FBI or LAPD or anyone will be able to answer those, but I am sure questions of those will come up during that news conference coming up in just a little bit. So again, more national stories that we are monitoring as they continue to develop on this Monday. Well, Governor Ron DeSantis and Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins have both been around the state today holding two separate events. The Lieutenant Governor was in our area just a little bit ago holding a news conference where he announced some arrests alongside the FDLE Commissioner and online child predators and a number of things with that. We'll get into more of that in just a little bit, but I want to play for you a little bit of Governor Ron DeSantis' event. He held a roundtable discussion in Jupiter earlier today, all focused on artificial intelligence. Now, we know the push that the state is making to take some steps, put up some guardrails, make some regulations against not necessarily against, but about artificial intelligence. The governor was joined today by some of the people that we have heard testify on Capitol Hill, including Megan Garcia, an Orlando mother who lost her son, 14-year-old son, who died by suicide after getting in a relationship with an AI chatbot. She has been outspoken about this issue. We've heard from her a number of times in the past few weeks and months, talking about the need for accountability and regulations when it comes to AI and AI chatbots and that kind of thing. So the governor had a roundtable discussion earlier today in Jupiter. He was joined by a number of people, including law enforcement, all kind of looking at different angles of artificial intelligence. I'm going to play for you just a little bit of his roundtable discussion from just a little bit ago when they talked about some safety guardrails for children, specifically protecting them against the spread of sexual content, preventing the use of AI in mental health counseling, and then also having some sort of controls for parents.
So, making sure that Floridians are protected against that, I think is really, really important. And I know a lot of people agree with that. The thing about the data centers is there's not really a big economic impact once they're created. If it's constructed, people can make some money doing that. Obviously, there may be some jobs that can go. But once it's done, it employs like a half dozen people. And, these tech companies will likely bring in foreigners to do that on some visa, or they're not going to hire from your local community. That's just not what they do. So, from that, I think a lot of these communities are not supporting the construction in their area when they go before these boards now, because they're thinking like, okay, it's sucking a lot of resources, but is this really something that we need in our communities? It's something that's going to benefit the community. And by and large, this is across party lines. I think people are saying no dice on that. So I do think I think there's been a big sea change in how people have thought about that just in the last 6 to 9 months. And, it may be that some of the protections we have, end up being moot because it's just not something that's going to get any traction in Florida, period. But at the end of the day, this is not something that you should ever have to pay for, no subsidy, none of that, and we're going to make that very clear. We also, and this is something we've already dealt with, this idea of deep fakes, where they can use your likeness and your image and put it in certain situations, and it can be unfortunately, in situations where you have sexually explicit videos and images that are created, including of minor. So we did a bill actually this year to provide some recourse. We had a minor female, was a high school student, and this happened to her, sexually explicit. And, my view is that is absolutely something that can be very harmful to people. It's very hard to tell what's real or what's not real anymore. There'll be videos that are put out online and you see it and you're like, oh man. And then, occasionally people will respond, oh no, that's AI. But honestly, you really wouldn't necessarily know. And I would imagine as we get further down the road on this, it's going to be very, very difficult to determine that. Well, should your life be turned upside down for something that you had nothing to do with, and people are just doing that? This could be very, very harmful to people, and we want to make sure that we're providing protections and recourse if that happens. We also don't want our state or local government agencies to utilize any Chinese-created AI tools. with respect to America and data. You know, China harvests a lot of data with things like TikTok and everything else. We don't use that in government, but it is something that's used a lot by consumers throughout American society. And it's interesting, you know, the TikTok in America is a lot different than the TikTok they let in China. I mean, like, you know, all the negative of TikTok in America, they don't do that in China. That's not what they do. So that's important. We also want to make sure that people are not able to use your name, image, and likeness without your consent for monetization or things of that nature. And look, the average person, maybe this won't necessarily be something that is, but for some people, it could absolutely be something that is done. We believe that there should be transparency to consumers, and that there should be a notice that they are interacting with artificial intelligence. You know, we can't allow the situation to have this present itself as a human being, either on the phone or in written correspondence. We also want to prohibit any entities from using these AI chatbots as, quote, licensed therapy or mental health counseling. Or imitating a licensed professional. The reality is these are machines, and honestly, they get a lot of things wrong. There's some things they can do and synthesize and spit something out pretty quickly, and sometimes it's great, and sometimes it's not. But clearly, to hold yourself out as if you can do that is totally unacceptable. And I think you'll hear a little bit why that's important as well. We want to provide parents with controls for minors, so that they're able to access conversations that children are using with our AI platforms. We want them to be able to set parameters for accessibility for minors and require notification to parents if their child exhibits concerning behavior. You know, some people will say, oh, well, who cares what big tech does? It's the parent's responsibility. Well, yeah, of course it's the parent's responsibility, but the reality is the way this permeates our society, it's easy to do, right? And so providing some of this framework and structure is a way to really enhance parents' rights and make their rights more effective in how this is done. And these kids, you know, my kindergartner, she can grab my wife's phone and they know how to swipe, and she can watch my wife put in her code, and she knows the code, and then she can do these things, and you got to take it away. But it's like, you know, sometimes it's hard, right? And as they do other things. Now, you know, Florida, we were one of the first to ban cell phone use in classrooms.
That was from the governor's roundtable discussion in Jupiter earlier today. I want to take you now to Los Angeles, where we're seeing officials there gather, including the U.S. attorney, a number of other FBI officials, and others talking about this foiled terror plot. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
United States Attorney Bill Asaley, myself, then Chief of Police Jim McDonald, Sheriff Robert Luna, and then Chief of Police for Palm Springs Police Department. So without further, I'm going to turn over to the United States Attorney.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Asaley. I'm the head of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California. Over the weekend, my office, along with the FBI, arrested members of a far-left, anti-government domestic terror cell who self-identify as the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The individuals were arrested on Friday, December 12th, when the group attempted to construct and detonate IEDs out in the desert. In addition to the arrests, we executed several search warrants throughout the nation. I want to thank our partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Louisiana, U.S. Attorney Zach Keller, and the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Lee Foley, for providing valuable assistance over the weekend with a very complex and coordinated search warrants that were done. The charges we are announcing today stem from the defendants and their co-conspirators' detailed, coordinated plot to bomb multiple U.S. companies on New Year's Eve. Thankfully, that plot has now been foiled thanks to the hard work of the FBI and the Department of Justice. This investigation was initiated in part due to the September 2025 executive order signed by President Trump to root out left-wing domestic terror organizations in our country, such as Antifa and other radical groups like the Turtle Island Liberation Front. As the president made clear, recent attacks across the country have highlighted the grave threats posed by these far-left domestic terror groups. These threats are sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, and direct policy outcomes and prevent the proper functioning of a democratic society. In direct response to the President's order, the Attorney General issued a memo to our offices implementing and mobilizing federal law enforcement to prioritize and counter domestic terrorism and political violence investigations. As a result of those directives, we built this case. Both my office and the FBI have invested substantial resources into investigating and charging these organizations. And if anyone does not believe that members of these groups are organized, sophisticated, and extremely violent, let me tell you about the plot in this case. The four defendants are Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. The pictures, I think we have them somewhere. We'll put them up here. Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Dante Gaffield, 24. And Tina Lay, 41. Each from the Los Angeles area. Each is charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device in violation of Title 26, United States Code Section 5861D. We intend to file additional charges in the coming weeks as we finish reviewing the evidence. The defendants are all radical anti-government members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which according to their own social media is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement that calls for their associates to rise up and fight back against capitalism. One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today was also a member of the Order of the Black Lotus. Carroll described this group to her co-conspirators as everything radical. As detailed in the federal complaint, which we will now make public, in November 2025, defendant Carroll created a detailed bombing plot to use explosive devices to attack 5 or more locations across Southern California on this upcoming New Year's Eve. Carroll and her co-defendant, Zachary Page, led the effort to obtain and build the bombs and to recruit others to join in their plot. Carroll's bomb plot was explicit. It included a step-by-step instructions to build IEDs or improvised explosive devices and listed multiple targets across Orange County and Los Angeles. Carroll also made clear her desires. She said, quote, "What we are doing will be considered a terrorist act." Carroll and Page also discussed plans for follow-up attacks after their bombings, which included plans to target ICE agents and vehicles with pipe bombs. Carroll stated that those plans would, quote, "take some of them out and scare the rest." Throughout early December, the co-conspirators discussed their plans during an in-person meeting in Los Angeles and through an encrypted messaging application. As part of the plan, the 4 defendants plan to build test bombs in the Mojave Desert. You're going to hear more details about the bombs they intended to build and how the operation went down in the desert here shortly from the FBI Assistant Director in charge. In preparation for the plan, the co-conspirators purchased multiple pieces of bomb-making materials and discussed their travel plans to the desert. Last Friday, December 12th, the defendants took a significant step to carry out their plans. They traveled to the remote campsite, which you're going to see some video of, in the desert, and they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device. Shortly after the defendants were taken into custody, the FBI executed multiple search warrants, including at the defendants' Southern California residence and other locations throughout the country. I'll highlight some of the items found during those searches over the weekend. For example, in Carroll's residence, law enforcement found multiple posters and materials associated with Turtle Island Liberation Front, including posters stating, quote, "Death to America, long live Turtle Island and Palestine," and, quote, "Death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front." In Page's residence, law enforcement found a copy of the detailed bomb attack plan. This case is another reminder about the dangers that radicalized Antifa-like groups pose to public safety and the rule of law. Through the tireless work of our prosecutors in my office and our law enforcement partners, which you will hear from today, we disrupted this terror plot before buildings were demolished or innocent people were killed. But this is not the end of our work. My office is committed to extinguishing the far-left terror threats that we face and will continue to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 4 defendants arrested will make their initial appearance this afternoon at the federal court in downtown Los Angeles. They are each considered innocent until proven guilty. I will now turn it over to the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI LA office, Akil Davis.
Good morning. Again, my name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Division. As we're all aware, we've had a busy weekend in this country and abroad with bad news incidents one after another. Today, we are announcing a major victory in our collective effort to protect the American people. The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force intercepted a scheme by members of a violent extremist group we believed determined to detonate explosives at multiple businesses on New Year's Eve. Last Friday, the FBI arrested 4 of those subjects near 29 Palms in San Bernardino County while they planned and rehearsed their attack. The 4 subjects are members of a radical faction of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, TILF, a violent, homegrown anti-government group. The subject arrested envisioned planting backpacks with improvised explosive devices to be detonated at multiple locations in Southern California, targeting U.S. companies. These bombs were to blow up at the same time on midnight this New Year's Eve. The plan stated that the IEDs would be complex pipe bombs. It included instructions on how to manufacture the bombs and contained guidance on how to avoid leaving evidence behind that could be traced back to them. Our investigation uncovered evidence in that the group would test the explosives in the desert. And we're going to show footage of that here in a second. We learned that the alleged co-conspirators had recently started acquiring precursor chemicals and other items necessary to accomplish this task. In recent days, the alleged co-conspirators discussed plans to travel to the desert on the 12th to detonate the explosives. Knowing this, the FBI's JTTF and the FBI Los Angeles field office staged multiple SWAT teams, special agent bomb technicians, our evidence response team, along with the FBI's elite hostage rescue team in the desert to disrupt this plan before any harm could occur. Because of this, we were able to disrupt their plan. All 4 group members were taken into custody without incident. The TILF Instagram account publicly posts content that advocates for violence against United States officials. A recent post called for a revolution and asked for supporters to organize and be ready. The FBI, as you have seen here, can also organize and be ready. We could not have accomplished these arrests without the exceptional assistance from our partners on the Joint Terrorism Task Force. I specifically want to thank the following agencies, as you see up here today: the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Palm Springs Police Department, along with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. I also want to recognize the following FBI field offices as this investigation crossed the entire country: the New Orleans Division, the Buffalo Division, Indianapolis Division, and the Boston Division, who, as you all know, have had their hands full this weekend. In fact, an additional was arrested by our partners at FBI New Orleans in support of this investigation. I will now turn it over to the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald.
Well, thank you, and good morning, and we appreciate you being here today. Los Angeles Police Department is proud to stand alongside our federal, state, and local partners today to announce the arrest stemming from a coordinated domestic terror plot. The case underscores the persistent threat posed by extremist groups and individuals, as well as the critical need for law enforcement agencies to remain vigilant in protecting our communities. The successful disruption of this plot is a powerful testament to the strength of our unified response, driven by the collaboration and tireless efforts of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, along with our allied agencies. Together, we have prevented a potential tragedy and reaffirmed our shared commitment to safeguarding our communities. I want to personally thank the dedicated men and women from every agency involved. Their relentless work over the past several days has ensured that those responsible were apprehended swiftly and safely and without harm to our neighborhoods. Thank you. I'll now call up Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Robert Luna.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here to cover this, what I believe is a very, very important story for our community. This successful operation was a result of quick, proactive investigative work, and I want to emphasize strong collaboration. And ADIC Akil Davis mentioned it and gave credit to all the law enforcement here in Southern California. It is better here, it always has been, than anywhere else in the country, and we're very proud to be part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. For us at the Sheriff's Department, we've been part of it since after 9/11. Their ability to share intelligence across multiple agencies, investigating threats like this one, is second to none anywhere else. The way we coordinate with partner agencies and act quickly was critical to the success of this operation. And like I said before, there's no other area like here in LA County with our partnership that has been here for years with the FBI and LAPD and the other law enforcement agencies around us. Since this threat was uncovered last week, our Sheriff's Task Force officers and intelligence analysts working closely with our law enforcement partners have been working around the clock to verify information, identify targets, and piece together this plot that you've heard described. Their strong investigative efforts, sharp situational awareness, and rapid response ensured that this threat was stopped before it ever had a chance to be carried out. I'm incredibly proud of the professionalism and dedication shown by the men and women who worked tirelessly to bring this threat to an end before it could cause harm to anybody in our community. To our community, I know hearing about these incidents like this can be unsettling, especially in the light of the recent Brown University mass shooting and the Sydney, Australia terrorist attack. But today serves as a powerful reminder that strong collaboration between federal, state, and local law enforcement can prevent violence before it occurs. As we enter the holiday season, a time when families and friends come together across traditions, cultures, and beliefs, this incident is a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and to be prepared at all times. Vigils whose goal is to divide us, to instill fear, and to target the very diversity that makes our country strong. I want to be very clear, what you see here, this investigative work and the follow-up that's been done shows that they will not succeed. Our community's diversity is our strength, and protecting every member of our community is our primary duty. Whether you are celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, New Year's, or simply gathering with loved ones, you deserve to feel safe. We are committed to ensuring that safety today and every day. We remain dedicated to protecting our entire community through ongoing intelligence gathering and threat assessments, strengthening partnerships across all of our agencies, engaging with the public to promote awareness, vigilance, and resilience. And finally, I encourage everyone to stay alert, trust your instincts, and report suspicious activity. And as we always say in law enforcement, if you see something, read something, or say something, your awareness, your eyes, and ears can help us protect the entire community as we did in this incident. I will now introduce the police chief of the Palm Springs Police Department, Andy Mills.
Well, good morning, and first of all, thank you so much, Assistant Director Davis, for the spectacular job that the FBI did on this case. We were just in a very supportive role only, making sure that the FBI had what they needed in the desert to execute their mission. But on a larger perspective, I just want our community to know that this gives me hope. It gives me hope because of the unified effort of all of law enforcement, from the Sheriff's Office to LAPD, San Bernardino Sheriffs, and the FBI, working together to make sure that people like this are removed from the community so they can be prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office, to make sure that all of us can live in peace. And this is what our mission is to make sure that there's hope in all of our communities. So thank you very much for the spectacular job that the A-team showed up and did.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that. Obviously, there's some disagreements amongst our agencies over things like immigration enforcement, but when it comes to other areas of law enforcement where it matters to keep the public safe, whether that's protecting the girls on Figueroa Street or the Palm Springs investigation, there is no gap in the cooperation between the federal government and local government, and we do thank the sheriff, the police chiefs for your valuable assistance. It would be very difficult for us to do a lot of what we do without their assistance, so I do want to thank you, each and every one of you. With that, we'll open it up to a few questions. Oh, we're going to play the video. All right, play the video. And this is, the video is, do you want to describe the video?
Yeah, I'll describe the video. So, as I mentioned in my talking points, on December 12th, a group of individuals, again, members of this anti-government group, traveled out to the desert to test their explosive devices. They had precursor chemicals there, and they were going to create these bombs in the desert. What they are starting to do is put their chemicals and wares and the components out on the table there. This footage that you're watching is from our surveillance plane, and then what happened after this is the Los Angeles FBI SWAT team, along with the FBI's hostage rescue team, moved in and arrested all 4 subjects without incident.
So now we'll take some questions. Yeah, we're not naming the victim companies, but I'll generally describe them as logistics centers. You can think of like Amazon-type logistics centers, but we're not naming the specific companies at this time.
Can you elaborate on the locations?
There were at least 5 locations that they intended to target within Orange County and Los Angeles County. Again, we're not giving out the specific sites, but they were willing and wanting to do more if they could recruit more members to their radical efforts there.
You mentioned the arrest in New Orleans. Do you guys think that there are other people involved? And you mentioned some other locations.
There are definitely more members to this group. As far as who was specifically involved in this New Year's Eve terror plot, we believe we've arrested all the members who were specifically involved in that particular plot. We did execute search warrants to people who are also part of this group. As we review that evidence, if we determine that there are any other individuals who knew about this or provided any assistance, we will obviously be charging them as well. Person arrested in Louisiana is not directly tied to this incident, but he is a member of this group. And when they executed the search warrant out there, he posed a great threat to the agents. He threatened the agents, and so that's why he's under arrest.
Do you believe what would have happened on New Year's Eve, or do you think there could be others that are still planning to go forward with something?
Well, obviously, the FBI has a very robust national security investigators. They look out for domestic terrorism as well as international terrorism. Do you want to talk more about your activities with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
So this investigation is ongoing, as the United States just stated. Members of this group or associates of this group or any collaborators in this group, we are looking at as a result of this investigation. To answer your question, we do believe that we have disrupted this plot for New Year's Eve, but like I said, the investigation is ongoing.
As far as we're always looking. We're always looking for other people who might be plotting or doing this. And let this be a warning. If you can avoid being detected by the FBI or the federal government, if you think you're going to be able to design one of these plots, think again. We have very sophisticated, experienced agents, and we will find you, and we will infiltrate you, and we will arrest you, as we did with this group. They didn't see it coming, and each and every one of them is right now in custody. So we're very proud of the work done by the agents. Yes, any other questions?
The names are done, the operations are done. What's the relationship? The name of the operation.
Yeah, just the name.
It's just a name.
Looks like one of the names is missing from the people who were arrested. Are you able to find that?
Yeah, why is that name off? I think that was a... That's Page. Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Okay. Any other questions? Did you want it? Did you?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. It's Captain Mike Land from Media Relations Division. As I discussed earlier with you guys, the chief has agreed to give you an update on the tragedy at the Wymer family home. Just understand this is based on some updates of the tireless work of our investigators from last night and through the night. We're still at the very early stage of this investigation, but again, Chief's prepared to answer any questions and give you a brief update. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Captain Bland. As he said, the information at this stage is still limited, but I'll share what we can. First of all, our hearts go out to the family and friends of the Reiners, a tragic incident. Yesterday at December 14th, about 3:40 in the afternoon, LAPD responded to a residence, the residence of Rob and Michelle Reiner, located in West Los Angeles Division. At that location, they found two deceased adults, a male and a female. Through the night, working with the coroner's office, they were able to identify them definitively as Rob and Michelle Reiner. We have our robbery homicide division handling the investigation. They worked throughout the night on this case and were able to take into custody Nick Reiner, a suspect in this case. He was subsequently booked for murder and is being held on $4 million bail. Pretty much that's what I can share at this point, but again, a very, very tragic incident.
Can you talk about, I know Deputy Hamilton talked about the search warrant, how important that was because of something inside. Can you talk about where that played a role in this and what you guys needed in order to gain access?
Yeah, you know, we use search warrants to be able to further our investigation, as you know, on all of these cases. I wouldn't be in a position to talk specifically about what the object of the search warrant was, but it's a critical piece of our investigations to be able to ensure down the road a prosecution. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everybody.
So we heard a couple of things there that I want to bring your attention to. Just first to circle back to the terror plot foiled by the FBI, highlighting this left-wing domestic terror group they're calling the Turtle Island Liberation Front. 4 arrests in connection with what the investigators say was a detailed bombing plot to detonate bombs at 5 or more locations. These are multiple U.S. companies, logistic centers as well, where these bombs were going to be going off at midnight on New Year's Eve, heading into New Year's Day. They had been testing these bombs in the desert, according to investigators. We also got an update on the death of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, who were found dead in their homes in Los Angeles. Their son, Nick Reiner, now charged with murder in connection with their deaths. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is the holiday season. We are just, 10 days away from Christmas. We know it is a time of joy for many people, but we also know it's a time of stress for a lot of people and a difficult time for a number of others. So a wide range of feelings and emotions. And that is one of the things that's being highlighted this week during a special service at Cathedral Church of St. Luke in downtown Orlando. It's their annual Blue Christmas service. And joining us live now to talk about this and the importance of this is Mother Patricia, who's the canon priest for spiritual formation and pastoral care at Cathedral Church of St. Luke. And Mother, we appreciate you joining us this morning here, or this afternoon rather, on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you, Garrett, for having me.
Just talk to us about how difficult this season can be for a number of people for a wide range of reasons.
Absolutely, Garrett. You know, out in the we hear on the news, we hear in the stores all of the music that is bringing joy, and families are gathering. But there's a whole lot of people that one may not have family coming together. They've just lost a loved one. They've lost their job. The season, the heightened joy that you see around you and hear around you just heightens the loss that's within our hearts and in our lives.
Yeah, talk about that, because it's one thing, it's hard enough to be going through that, and then to see all the joy and the cheeriness and all of the merriment that goes on, that is something that in many cases can just make it even harder for those people carrying these burdens to feel worse, to feel unseen in many ways.
I think in isolation, there's a feeling of isolation, and they're grieving. Our culture, our society is one that is not. We don't handle grief very well. We tend to want to put it away because it doesn't feel good, and it doesn't seem like that's a successful feeling.
And talk about why it's important to, though, if you are someone going through this, why is it so important to not just push it aside, but to, make space to feel those feelings of grief or exhaustion or whatever the case may be, loneliness, isolation, whatever those feelings are?
Well, what made me start the service 2 years ago, we're in our third year, was because I was a hospice chaplain for a few years. And before that, I grew up in our culture, and my mom was the smiley face mom. Everything, as long as you were smiling, everything would be fine. And I found out that that's not the case, that you can't just smile it away, because grief, when you lose something, grief is in our bodies. And it's important to learn how to grieve in a healthy manner, because you're going to grieve. You can't just put it away. Our bodies keep the score. We can't just forget it. And if we don't learn how to do it in a healthy way, it will come out. If we don't let grief out in a healthy way, it will come out in an unhealthy way. And so I wanted to create a space, a sacred space, where people would feel safe to be able to either cry or acknowledge that there is a loss in my life, and then to offer hope there. And one good way to not isolate is to have someone who can just be beside you. In community, maybe not even saying a word about it, but one healthy way of grieving is to express. People a lot of times will tell their story over and over and over again. Well, that's a form of processing your grief. And so being able to be in a space that offers that space for you to grieve in a way that you need to, was an impetus for starting this service.
So talk to us about this service and what people can expect and kind of how it might be different in order to kind of provide that space for people who may be going through a tough time.
Absolutely. The atmosphere, well, first of all, the cathedral is a place that has had prayers in it for 100 years. When you walk into the space, you feel the peace of those prayers over the years in that worship. We keep the lights down low. So we have candlelight, we have music that is appropriate, we don't have the merry music where everybody, you want to be like up and joyful. It is music that is soothing. We have one thing that we do that we do have a Eucharist service. It is a Christian service, so we do have Eucharist for those who would want to partake, and for those who don't, we urge them to come forward and be blessed. One thing that we do different in this service that we don't do in our other services is that when we make the offering, we specifically say no money. We would like you and invite you. Of course, you don't have to do anything. Everything is optional, but we invite you to write down that loss, that right there on a card. That putting it onto paper acknowledges the loss. And then we ask you to put it into the offering plate, and we offer it up onto the altar. I cense them, and after the Eucharist, we take those offerings, all of those losses, and we go out into our courtyard where we have music, a string quartet playing soft music, and and we have a fire pit, and I have each individual loss. I don't out loud, but inside I pray and I lift them up to the God who made made each person, and I pray for them, and then I put the card into the fire pit, not as a getting rid of it, but as an offering to say God will be with us. That one of the best things that we can have in grief is someone to walk beside us, someone just to know somebody's there. You don't have to. It's most time best not even to say and try to fix anything, because you can't fix the loss. So those are the main differences in our Blue Christmas as opposed to our other services.
Now, you mentioned how we as a society don't always necessarily handle grief and these things well, and I'm curious from a perspective of maybe someone who is not necessarily going through that themselves this season, but maybe knows of someone who is, and what you would say to them about how they might be able to help someone or be there for someone, and the kind of words of advice you would give so that they necessarily don't have to run away from it, but at the same time, don't have to try to fix it, like you said. What would you say?
Absolutely. I would say don't advise anything. There's no advice to someone when they've experienced a loss. I would, if you're a friend, be a friend. Offer your time to sit with them. Ask them what you can do, and you know what? Don't even ask them what you can do, because they're going to go, oh, nothing. There really isn't anything. Just say, hey, you want to go? Would you like to go for a walk? I'd love to come hang out with you, and just be with that person. And if you can't, or you don't have the time for that at this season, invite them to, or maybe you could invite them to come to a Blue Christmas. We're not the only ones doing Blue Christmas. Find a Blue Christmas somewhere and invite them and go with them. Just having someone there, or just saying, hey, I'm here for you, and checking in with them. Don't wait for them to call you. Check in with them. And just, even if it's a text, because I know we're a big texting society, text them a message, send them a GIF, one of those little, hey, I'm thinking about you. It's just nice to know that others are with you.
Yeah, sometimes that acknowledgement can go a long way, especially like we said, in a time of year where folks in their grief may feel so isolated and alone because of all the joy surrounding them. Mother Patricia, we really appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus and talking about this with us.
Thank you for having me, Garrett, and I wish you a very Merry Christmas.
And a Merry Christmas to you. Thank you. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Gearing up for the Staff DNA Curable coming up on Wednesday evening at Camping World Stadium. The teams are speaking right now. This is a live look at several players and the head coach of Old Dominion. They are taking on USF in the Cure Bowl, 5 o'clock on Friday evening at Camping World Stadium. We are hearing from them right now. That is head coach Ricky Rain, who's speaking alongside a couple of his linemen, 2 offensive linemen, a defensive lineman joining him right now. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to hear the announcement of the Cure Bowl Community Service Soldiers, announced by Alan Gooch with the Orlando Sports Foundation. And then after that, we will hear from the South Florida interim head coach and a couple of his players as well. So let's go ahead and listen in. This is going on live right now at Renaissance Orlando at SeaWorld, out of a busy week of bowl activities for ODU and for USF.
That's you know, we have an unbelievable fan base and unbelievable alumni base, but where we're located, we have a kind of a transient population, you know, from the Navy and from some other places. And a lot of people, maybe they didn't go to Old Dominion, but they become fans and they buy season tickets, and they're some of our biggest and most ardent fans. And so I always tell people I have no problem being somebody else's second favorite team. So if they want to, you know, we can be the second favorite team for this. You know, Monarchs very close to a night, right? We're close, you know. we can get that going a little bit. I haven't. I called him the other day, and he called me. I think he's obviously busy getting ready for. Well, we don't really have an off season anymore. This is the time where this is the calm before the storm. So, but no, we have talked and those sort of things. So I know that I do know this. I know he's excited to be back, and this is where he feels at home.
Down front, you mentioned teams overlooking other teams. The expectations for you guys coming into the season externally were pretty low, as you might recall. That being said, how gratifying is it to be in the position you're in now?
Well, I've been off social media now for 2 years, as you know, so I don't know quite what our expectations were. I do know that I got reminded of it every time I was blessed to speak with the media. But I think that we have a great team, and I think that we have guys who work really hard. I think our coaching staff and our recruiting staff did a great job of evaluating the new pieces that we needed to bring in. But I think even more importantly, we did a great job, thanks to Dr. Hempel and Dr. Seelig and some other donors and things. We were able to retain a lot of our players that we developed. And these guys have continued to improve throughout the offseason and really throughout this entire season. I think we played our best football towards the end of the year. And that, shows a lot about, the type of commitment that these young men had to getting better each and every day. And that was a fun group to coach because of that.
Zach, your thoughts on that? And what does it tell you about the meaning of preseason polls?
I mean, they didn't matter at all. I mean, we came out, I can't remember what we were in the preseason, but we proved a lot of people wrong. We won a lot of games people didn't think we were going to win. And like I said in the preseason, none of that matters until the postseason, so here we are.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Those players and coach of Old Dominion wrapping up their portion of the news conference. Again, we do expect to hear an announcement here shortly when it comes to the Curable Community Service Soldiers, announced by Alan Gooch, CEO of the Orlando Sports Foundation. He's also the executive director of the Staff DNA Curable. And then coming up in just a little bit, expecting to hear from South Florida and their interim head coach, Kevin Patrick, who is taking the spot of Alex Golesh, who was hired away from the USF Bulls and now going to be the new head coach at Auburn University. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and get you back to that news conference as it continues at the Renaissance Hotel, Renaissance Orlando at SeaWorld. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins held a news conference earlier today where he was with the FDLE commissioner and also the special agent in charge of the Orlando Regional Operations Center to announce the arrests of 3 suspects accused of targeting children. This was a part of an operation where the FDLE Cybercrime Task Force zeroed in on these suspects who they say were deliberately targeting children online. Here is just a little bit of what the Lieutenant Governor said at that news conference earlier today.
Today is going to highlight a coordinated FDLE Cybercrime Task Force operation that resulted in the arrest of 3 dangerous predators who targeted children online and possessed thousands of files depicting child sexual abuse. Before I begin, I want to recognize a couple of folks. To my left, of course, we have Commissioner Mark Glass from FDLE. Mark, as always, we appreciate everything you do, what you stand for, and your dedication to serving the people of Florida. We have Special Agent in Charge, Felipe Williams. Thank you for being here. I'm grateful for what you've done and for everything you've talked about and told me. You're a true hero. We have Kissimmee Police Chief Charles Broadway. Chief Broadway, thank you. I appreciate your partnership here, working with FDLE the way you do, and for what you and your department do. You guys are amazing. Thank you. We have Apopka Police Chief Lavetta Quinn Henry, and all of our law enforcement partners that are here today. So today, we're here to announce the results of a critical law enforcement operation and to deliver a very, very clear message on behalf of the state of Florida. If you prey on children, you will be found and you will be held fully accountable. Hard to stop. This operation resulted in the arrest of 3 suspects who deliberately targeted children online. These individuals hid behind screens and digital platforms to commit some of the most disturbing, disgusting, and heinous crimes imaginable against innocent victims. You know, as somebody who served our country and served abroad and stands and protects people, there is nothing more disgusting than harming those who are most vulnerable, our children. You know, I am blessed to be the 21st Lieutenant Governor. I was honored to be a Green Beret, but I am a dad and a husband first and foremost, and it hurts right in the heart every time you hear about something like this. These were not passive offenses. They were calculated, intentional actions by dangerous predators who actively searched for downloaded and shared digital videos and files depicting the sexual abuse of children. Over the past several months, FDLE Cybercrime Task Force has done an amazing job. Through persistence, technical expertise, and coordination with partners, they uncovered thousands of files of child sexual abuse, material stored on devices. It's heartbreaking to see that. Because of the strengths of our investigators and investigations and the seamless coordination between agencies, these suspects now face the punishment they deserve. I want to shout out our Governor, Ron DeSantis, as always. His steadfast, bold, focused leadership to protect and preserve what we have and what we love matters. He has partnered and stood strong when others would have wilted. Florida's made it clear that protecting children is not optional. It is a core responsibility of our government, period. I also want to talk just for a moment about our men and women in law enforcement. Federal, state, local, it doesn't matter. If you serve our community and you put your neck on the line, we have your back. Hard stop. We don't talk enough about the men and women behind the badge. They are moms and dads. They're sons and daughters, and they are citizens who want to live their best life. And the things they have to deal with, like the heinous, horrific acts we're talking about right now, have a toll on them and their families. So I want to say thank you for what you do. Thank you for putting your neck on the line. And I want to shout out and say thank you to your families. And I say this as someone who deployed around the globe, but I also stayed home when my wife, who is a 20-year combat veteran herself, deployed. It is hard to stay home and know that your loved one's out there. It is. and we appreciate all that you and your families do. You are true community heroes. Our governor has consistently prioritized law enforcement, accountability, and public safety. So operations like this are the direct result of his focus and commitment. I want to take a moment to commend the FDLE Cybercrime Task Force agents and all of our law enforcement partners involved in this specific operation. Their work required patience, precision, resilience. They see things that most people never even imagine, and they have to do it again and again and again. And they do that to put themselves between harm's way and our people. Protecting children and families will always be a focal priority of the state of Florida. We stand and protect those most vulnerable. That will never stop. This operation is a powerful example of the tireless behind-the-scenes work happening every day to keep our neighborhoods safe, to make a real, lasting difference in the lives of our citizens. I also want to speak directly to the parents, guardians, and caregivers. Please talk to your children. Make them understand the dangers that exist online. Help them understand how vulnerable each and every one of them are. You get one shot at the sanctity of childhood. Protect those you love. Predators often hide behind screens, fake profiles, anonymous platforms, but that threat is real and it's harmful. Open communication and awareness are essential tools in preventing that exploitation. Again, to our law enforcement professionals, thank you for your unwavering dedication to protecting those in harm's way, your unwavering commitment and service to our state. And the people of Florida, know that your safety, and especially the safety of your children, will always come first. We know that if good men and women fail, evil can prevail. Not on our watch, not on FDLE's watch, our law enforcement's watch, not on my watch, and certainly not on Governor DeSantis' watch. And to anybody who wants to do this, mess around and find out on this. We will find you. You will be found. You will get your time in court, and you will be held accountable if you did these crimes. Do not harm our children. Stop the games. Stop the nonsense. Protect and preserve what we love and what we stand for. Now, I'm going to be followed by a series of people who are far more gifted in this space than me, starting with my good friend Mark Glass. And again, we are blessed to have him and his leadership here in the great free state of Florida. Commissioner Glass.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for being here today in this press conference, but also, too, I'm sorry you had to be here today in this press conference. To listen to what Felipe Williams, my special agent in charge of this region, will have to talk about some heinous crimes that unfortunately goes on too often in our communities. Parents, I'm going to talk to you. Pay attention to your children's whereabouts. Pay attention to your children's online. When they're online, pay attention to everything you could possibly pay attention to. Look around you. See who the sex offenders and sex predators are in and around your community. We have that online. There's FDLE resources that you could go to. I just want to say I am very fortunate, and so are everybody here, that's very fortunate under law enforcement and criminal justice professionals working in this great state. The governor, lieutenant governor, our cabinet, and our legislators have fought hard to give us the rules and laws that we can use as tools in our tool belt to combat heinous crimes such as this. So I want to say thank you. Your time in the Senate, Lieutenant Governor, with all the stuff that you voted on, we do appreciate that, and your fight that you're doing now to protect our children. Our other state agencies, Department of Juvenile Justice, Department of Children's and Families, all the other state agency heads, they are fully committed into protecting our children and our elderly. We want to make sure that our state leads the rest of the nation into protecting our citizens, visitors, whether you here for just a short period of time or whether you decide to live here forever, which is most of New York now. So we want to say thank you and welcome to the state of Florida. I will also want to talk about our chief here at Kissimmee PD, Chuck Broadway. Good friend, good partner, and an FDLE agent in his past. So and he former New Yorker too, by the way, in NYPD. So I just want to say thank you for being here, and Chief, I just want to say thank you for all the support your department does for us and helps us in these fights that we have. You're also here today. There's an Internet Crimes Against Children conference that is being held in this building where you're at right now. There's over 1,200 people from 40 different states, federal, state, and local entities that are here today and for the next 3 days to talk and collaborate of things that we can do in the criminal justice profession, how we can help, and how we can do things better, looking at techniques and tactics and procedures. And the Lieutenant Governor was asking me, what can we do more to help? And this conference here is what we do. It is one of the largest conferences of Internet crimes against children, and having this many people here today is a huge blessing for the state of Florida and a place to have where we can collaborate on how to protect our children. Now, with that, I'm going to introduce Special Agent in Charge, Felipe Williams. Felipe is one of my agents in charge for this region down here in Orlando, working together with the task forces, and he's going to tell you a little bit more about this case. But let me be clear on one thing. The Lieutenant Governor said it. I'm going to say it too. You do or commit a crime against anyone in the state of Florida, especially our children, I'm coming after you. He's going to come after you. We're all going to come after you, and we're going to execute everything we can to ensure that you are put behind bars where you deserve to be. And you can see that I'm passionate. I'm even knocking down microphones. Because what we're talking about is something, and nobody can sugarcoat it, but they try to. And even the people that we arrest try to sugarcoat what they believe is okay. It's not. It's evil. And I'm going to call it what it is. It is pure, unadulterated evil that is in our community. And we must purge this from our community and protect our children. But without further ado, I'm going to give it to Felipe Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner Glass. Again, Special Agent in Charge Felipe Williams. It's an honor for me to be here with Lieutenant Governor Collins and also Chief Broadway as well. As the Commissioner stated, this operation resulted in the arrest of 3 suspects who preyed on children online and hid behind the screen to commit these heinous acts. These are 3 dangerous predators who deliberately searched, download, and shared digital videos of files showing sexual abuse of children. Over the past several months, the Cybercrime Task Force agents conducted separate investigations into these 3 predators. Collectively, the investigators found thousands of child sexual abuse material, which we also call CSAM, on these predator devices. One of them even had a child-like sex doll in his possession at the time of his arrest. And let me go into a little bit more details about that. That's a child-like sex doll that he had purchased and shipped to him to do whatever acts he's going to do with it. It was lifelike. It was about 3 to 4 years old, and it stood about this high, and they called it a model. So I want that to sink in a little bit more about that doll that they purchased just to do those heinous acts. Thanks to the Office of Statewide Prosecutors, these perpetrators and predators will go to jail for a very long time. Now, I commend the outstanding work of the task force and our partners for finding these dangerous predators and making sure that they're taken off the streets. After the priority, just like the Commissioner said, just like the LG said, our priority is keeping children and families safe. So we remind everyone, please, please, please talk to your children about the dangers online, hiding behind the screen, because the dangers are real. Please visit the FDLE website and click on the cybersecurity tab to review the tips for keeping children safe online. Thank you.
And that was just part of that news conference earlier today. At the end of that news conference, Lieutenant Governor Collins also took some questions, answered some questions from reporters. Here is that part.
Are there any questions?
What are the names of these people? Where were they arrested with?
So we have, of the 3, Martin Cassidy, Jorge Natillo, and Joel Oriella. That's going to be one in Kissimmee, and we also have one in Orange County as well, right outside of Apopka. And then I think we had another one out of Orange County, essentially.
With those connections to Apopka and Kissimmee, is there any ongoing investigation within those communities? I know this is an online crime, but what about the areas where these men live?
This is just the general for the task force. So whenever we get a tip in, we'll go through those protocols for these type of investigation. If it's CSAM, if it's ICAC related or whatnot, the task force will receive it, work that tip until the end of the crime, no matter where they're at. And that's the point of the task force. It's a force multiplier. Thank goodness for chiefs out of PACA, Kissimmee, and some of the other members that's a part of that task force that we can work these crimes as soon as we get that tip and find out where these individuals are. We go through those steps to identify whatever location, whether that's a hotel, whether that's their home, or wherever they're at. We'll locate and find out and arrest them on time.
Hang on. Let me address this right quick. So when you're dealing with these sickos, they share their collections. That's what they call them, collections. So they share.
That is Commissioner Mark Glass speaking as they answered some questions at that roundtable, or that news conference earlier today. I do want to get you now to back to this news conference going on at the Renaissance Orlando at SeaWorld, hearing from the USF squad now. This is interim head coach Kevin Patrick, who is speaking now alongside a couple of USF Bulls as well, ahead of Wednesday's Curable at Camping World Stadium. Let's go ahead and listen in.
This country, and almost mirror images, exact mirror image of our records. So, and then we have an opportunity to play for a great cause for the Curable and make a statement here across the country about who we are and continue our process and keep building upon our culture. So. We're excited, and I know these guys they'll repeat the same. And I'm just fortunate enough to be in a position, that I'm in. Mr. Higgins and entrusted upon me to help, finish leading this team, and we're here to finish our season. And I think that's the bottom line of all this. We're here to finish our season. I've been fortunate enough to be in this program for this is my 11th year total. We've had an 11-win team, we've had a 10-win team. But like I told these guys at practice the other day, you can put that all aside. The teams that we've played and the schedule we've played, some of the greatest teams we've had here only got the 9 wins. So, we've had a really good season. We've done some great things, but we can really put our stamp on in college football in this, in the 25 season, and really put a stamp on who we are in this program. And this will be this is a big game for us. And it's all business. We get across those lines. It's all business, but these guys are enjoying each other, and we get to Wednesday. We're ready to play. Just raise your hand. All right. Simple.
Coach Patrick Kyle Nash here in front with A7BN. I would be remiss to ask this as long as you've been with the USF program and you're here in Orlando. Has there been any talk or any bit of the hype of the fact that you guys are here at a bowl game in UCF's home city there, but they are not bowling this year?
I haven't even thought about it, quite frankly. I think it's all about us. It's all about these players. Anything outside of this team is, we haven't thought about it. We've been focused on our process and what we're doing, and I really didn't even think about it. They're not in a bowl game. I didn't know.
With that in mind, Coach, let me bring it to football real quick. And there's been a lot of talk with offense leading up to this game, both sides having their quarterbacks opt out. But both you guys have very interesting defenses, too. And Mac, up here on the stage, he has 100 tackles, the kind of thing you expect to see from a linebacker that's leading a team. But he's also among the leader in interceptions on the squad, and then you have another linebacker in Jalen that has 7 passes defended. How big is that versatility from those guys helping out the defense, and how important will it be on Wednesday?
I mean, these guys, they've all, done a heck of a job, and it's made a difference in a lot of ball games. Mac's done a phenomenal job, on the field, but probably the most impressive thing that he and really these guys that I'm sitting with and several others is what they've done in the locker room, what they've done off the field with each other. And they will also tell you that they haven't done this thing by themselves. You look at some of the things Mac, and I hear Mac on the sidelines, I hear him at practice. Everything's tied together. Turtle doesn't get up on the fence post all by himself. There's some help. The guys up front have done a heck of a job. The guys on the back end have done a heck of a job. And I think he'll tell you that. Any calls not designed for any one player. It's designed, for the defense, for the team. And You know, and some people stand up and they can make those plays, and Mac's done a heck of a job. All these guys have done a great job.
This is for all the players. Max, starting with you, you know, Coach just said you guys are a player-led team. You know, when change is happening within your program during a season, how were you guys able to come together as a group, and why did you want to come together to finish the season off right?
Well, I would say the answer to the how and the why would just be the love that we have for each other, and the love that we have for the game. You know, a different situation for us. I've never personally been in a situation like this where, you know, you do good things throughout the year and, you know, it creates opportunity for other people. But, you know, we look at each other every single day and we go out and play for each other. So whether it's practice or the game or whatever it is, and like KP says it all the time, we should be able to go out there and run practice on our own because of how player-led we are. But I would say it stems from just the care that we have for each other and then the respect and love that we have for the game.
Yeah. Cole, what is the DNA of this football team?
Man, this football team, I've never been a part of a group of guys that, like Max said, love each other and truly have each other's back like we do. The way that we've handled this situation, you know, is a direct reflection of just the brotherhood and the love that we do have for each other. And just like Max said as well, like the leadership on this team has done a phenomenal job, not flinching and just focusing on where we need to go and where our feet are.
And Christian, how have you seen that translate in practice, you know, the last couple of weeks when you guys knew you were coming here to Curable?
I think, like KP said, is, you know, coaches steered the boat, but the players power it. You know, we make the thing go. We knew there was going to be a lot of transition. There was a lot of uncertainty for a little bit, but we knew we got the opportunity to come here. Again, 10 wins, a lot of pride, and a lot of guys on the team that care about USF, and so practice didn't change. And I think you said it earlier, we should go out and be able to do practice without coaches. So every day we go out and, you know, if you're not meeting the standard, a player's going to call you out. We don't let the coaches do that. It's all about us. And, you know, he said they're not going to remember the coaches after the season. They're going to remember the players. And so it's a bit of pride, and that's why we've been working like we have been.
Hey, Coach, James Hill with James Hill Sports. Congratulations on all of your success. Cancer, it's ugly. We've all been touched by it, or we know people who have dealt with cancer. Talk a little bit about that cause, and then just talk a little bit about continuing to move this ship forward, if you will.
You know, and I forget who it was that said it last night. I mean, you know, I'll just say it like this. I mean, my roommate in college, if he didn't break his leg in one of our camps, I don't know if they'd ever have found that cancer as quick as they did. I mean, so, I mean, that hit home to me immediately. This is my roommate, my brother. He's from my hometown, Brad Shirey. I mean, it was really one of my first experiences. You think of, you know, we're all young men, and you think we're we're on top of the world. We're indefensible. I mean, it can get anybody. And I mean, I couldn't. It's just fate, you know, just to be in an opportunity to be here in a bowl like this and to support such a huge cause. It's humbling. And it's a reminder, too. I mean, we're very fortunate to do what we do, be healthy, and get out there on the field. And it's a blessing that I know none of these guys take for granted. So, you know, one of my best friends last year or 2 years ago back home in West Palm Beach he got kidney cancer. And, you know, I'll never forget that, too, just overwhelming. And it was overwhelming for me just to see such a great friend go through what he went through. So, you know, and I think everybody to some degree either has, you know, encountered this or they soon will. And I just could be more proud to be a part of something so strong and to help, because it'll humble you in a heartbeat. And again, like I said, I've seen it, you know, firsthand. And I just talked to them, both of them, you know, right before we came over here, and you know, they were excited that we were in a bowl, and they're huge football fans. They're athletes themselves, and just, you know, told them just, you know, again, you know, we're going to win this game for these players, but also, you know, for them as well. And I told them both that, and it touched me. And it touched me a big deal. So I'm very proud to be here, and I'm very, very proud to represent University of South Florida in this bowl.
Hey, Mac, the opportunity to play in Orlando, Camping World Stadium, the stage, you guys play at Ray J and on big stages, but just talk a little bit about this week's opportunity.
I think for a lot of us, especially for myself, again, being able to play another bowl game just closer to home, so that, a lot of family and friends can come down and watch us play. But honestly, it's not really about the location necessarily, man. I'm just happy to be able to go play another one with my brothers and, go out and put on the field, what our culture is and what we stand for, and, create a standard for the USF Bulls to come.
Cole, can you just talk about what you see from Gaston Moore as he steps into this role as the starter?
Yeah, absolutely. Gaston Moore, he's done a phenomenal job all year, being ready to go. Everyone in this program has full faith and trust in him. He's a great guy. He's always got a smile on his face. Everybody on this team loves him. He's a super competitive guy. He's really serious about his work, and he understands what it takes. And like I said, everybody trusts him, and I'm really excited for him to have this opportunity and go out and kind of showcase his skills in this game, and it's going to be a good game to watch.
I mean, how do you think you guys have rallied around him in this moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, full faith, full trust. We got his back. We've told him all week, we're going to go as you go. We're going to protect you, and we're going to buy you all the time you can to put the ball where it needs to go. So we got full faith and trust in Gas.
And let me say something. I'm the D-line, the D-line coach. I think that's not just popped up here recently. I think, through camp and being on the other side of the ball, I think he's impressed people. We had a phenomenal player in Byron, but, I think Byron would tell you the same thing, and these guys will share it. He's impressed us all year. I think there's many times I even sit back, did you see that throw? That was unbelievable. And he has a ton of confidence, and he's played a lot of ball. This is, he's not a young guy. But I've been impressed. I get to sit back behind the quarterback sometimes. I see some throws, I'm like, oh, you see that? He's impressive. So, and I think the whole point I just wanted to add in, the confidence of the team has always been there. Next man up, and he's ready to roll.
Christian, what have you seen from the coaching staff? Coach Patrick, who has been chosen to lead this team in this one game.
So I grew up a USF fan, and, he was coaching there before I even started going to games as a little kid. But having KP chosen to lead us, I was super excited. He was there when the team was started, so that's special for me. But so many coaches stepping up in different ways, just like players are as well. A lot of guys doing jobs that they haven't been doing all season or doing more on top of what they were already doing. So just like us, the coaches have stepped up, put a game plan together we're pretty confident in, and made sure we feel confident. And, we've been with the offensive staff, and do you like this? Do you not like this? And they've been super receptive to our ideas as well. And so it's been a total team effort to what we're going to put on the field on Wednesday.
All right. For Mac, when you see an opponent lined up opposite you and they've got 9 wins as well, how motivating is that, knowing that you're going to get somebody pretty good?
Oh, it's always motivating as competitors, and this whole team. I think it's safe to say we're full of competitors, and we're glad to go out there and play against a team that we know is gonna put up the same fight that we will. ODU is a great school, great team, and they very 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 talented. So definitely have the utmost respect for them. But again, at the end of the day, go through our process and listen to these coaches who've done a great job these few weeks of just getting us prepared, and go out there and just play the way we know how to play.
I'm going to keep going. No, just for each player, how special is it to play in this game knowing what it represents, that it raises money for cancer research? Mac, if you want to start, and then Cole and Christian.
It's super special. Not too long ago, I had an uncle pass away from terminal cancer, so it's super special for me to be able to get out here and represent a great cause. I think it'll be huge for my family to see that. It'll be pretty cool for them. But, again, great cause, and I can't wait to get out there and wear that badge.
Yeah, absolutely. Same with me. I think we've all known somebody or been affected or touched by, cancer in some way. So to come out and represent and kind of fight for something that's bigger than ball, is huge. And it really hit me deep last night at our welcome event when all the directors of this great bowl, they kind of got up and shared a little bit of their stories and talked about why we're here and what this really represents. And it kind of makes you, take a step back for a second. And it's a real world problem, that so many people suffer from daily. And so just to be here and represent this and, fight for this cause, it's an honor.
Yeah, for me personally, I've done a lot of stuff this season for my dad's situation, battling like end-stage kidney disease. So from my last football game to be with a ball game that does a lot for another disease that a ton of people battle truly means a lot. And his sister also passed away from brain cancer. So I have a personal connection there, but also just, playing for something bigger than yourself. It's a lot bigger than ball. And we'll all tell you football is what we do. It's not who we are. And so being able to represent something bigger is a very cool opportunity.
I'd hate to follow that up with a football question. Great story, guys. Thank you for sharing. But Mac, you first, and Coach, you have your defensive point of view as well. If you want to add in, go right ahead. There's been some talk about how impressive you are watching Gaston. Conversely, the other side is bringing in does not have their starting quarterback for this game. May not be the most film on the guy upcoming. What kind of challenge does that bring to you guys as you prepare for this game on Wednesday with that in mind?
Again, they've got great players across the board over there, so we're expecting, that the guys to step up and, do their part just as well as the other guy did. But again, at the end of the day, be us, stick to our process and, go fly around and hit.
Yeah, everybody's brought on this team just like they're for a reason. I believe we were talking about they got one of their backers is second or third. Team guy that's just stepped up. You don't see a difference, and it's just like I told the guys the other day, and probably definitely on both sides. Somebody's going to surprise you. I've seen it throughout my whole career. That next man up mentality. You don't have to get ready if you stay ready, and I think our guys have always done that, and we play a lot of guys, and they do too. So. They got a heck of a football team. Coach Ronnie's done a heck of a job building a culture there that I've been aware of, since he's been there, and it's remarkable. Those guys are going to be out there ready to compete, but we got a lot of guys too now that are ready to step up. And again, I'm going to say there's going to be somebody that's going to surprise everybody, and they're going to step up and show out, and that's what this game's all about.
We're continuing to listen to this news conference ahead of the Curable on Wednesday. We've got to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are continuing to listen into this news conference ahead of Wednesday's Curable. We're hearing right now from USF interim head coach Kevin Patrick and some of the other USF Bulls players as well, speaking about this game. their preparations for it, what it means to them, and a number of different topics. So let's go ahead and listen back in as this news conference continues in Orlando.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right. Well, that news conference has now wrapped up. Let me give you a live look at the Camping World Stadium, where that game will be kicking off on Wednesday. That is 5 o'clock p.m. Old Dominion and USF, being led by an interim head coach right now after their head coach was hired to take the job at Auburn. So that is what we are getting ready for. And again, that Curable does a lot to raise money for cancer research. Certainly a good cause there, and that is something we will be watching for. We hope to have more tomorrow as well. I should note that we are looking to speak with one of the a researcher who receives funding from the Curable to talk about some of their projects and how this money goes to help in that area of cancer research. Well, we are also learning more about a man from Washington, D.C., who is now facing charges after investigators say he came from Washington, D.C., was staying at an Airbnb in Kissimmee, fell asleep in the hot tub with his young daughter in his arms, then woke up to find her unresponsive. She was dead. That man, 33-year-old Raynard Huff, now facing charges in connection with that case. Joining us live now to talk about this case and some of the developments and how this has happened so far and what happens next as it moves forward. I want to bring in one of our legal analysts here, and this is Jose Rivas, who is a criminal defense attorney. And Jose, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
So the father in this case initially charged with child neglect with great bodily harm. And before we get into that and the additional charge that he is now facing, if you could just talk with us about what this charge means, what a child neglect with great bodily harm charge means, and what that might look like in a case like this, where we're, according to investigators, the man fell asleep with his daughter in his arms and woke up to find her dead.
Well, the child neglect is actually a second-degree felony, which deals specifically, let's say, aggravated abuse, neglect of a child. But when you look at the docket, it's saying what he's been arrested under is aggravated manslaughter of a child, which is a higher level. It's the first-degree felony, but it's punishable by life if he's convicted in front of a jury.
Yeah, and that charge, as we understand it, kind of came a little bit later. And I'm curious. Walk us through some of the differences then between that child neglect charge that you kind of set up for us and what an aggravated manslaughter charge is, and kind of the why we might see a more serious charge like that filed in a case like this.
Well, the reason is most of the time the state attorney's office is going to charge what we call throw the kitchen sink in. And that doesn't mean they can't change the charge or add the additional charge once they do the official information, which is if he's in custody, that needs to happen within 33 days. If it's post-bond, usually within 180 days. But to answer your question is, the aggravated manslaughter of a child is pretty much what we call like a gross deviation from the standard of care. Now, there's also what we call reckless conduct. So when we look, it's not murder. And there's a difference between this and murder. In murder, you have to have the intent or malice. There's no intent or malice required here. It's pretty much that there's criminal negligence, but it's higher than just what we talk about civil negligence. Let's say when you cause an auto accident, you're criminally, or I'm sorry, you're civilly responsible for the accident. But here, the standard of care. So there's a certain standard of care that we must have, when we're in custody of a child. And this is a gross deviation, much higher standard the state needs to prove. In this case, meaning that he was consuming alcohol, knowing that he's in care of a child.
And so when we hear aggravated manslaughter, is that different than just a normal manslaughter? Like what does that mean when we hear aggravated manslaughter in this?
Right. So the statute allows for certain enhancements. In this particular case, being that it's a child, it automatically it's an aggravated manslaughter. So there are certain things, for example, forcible crimes. Crimes are repeated when there's a hideous crime. So there are certain elements, right? When you're in caretaker, let's say you're of a child, in this case, being a parent. So there are certain elements. For example, in this case, that he's a caretaker that adds up what makes it aggravated, which enhances the penalty.
And so I'm curious from your perspective as a criminal defense attorney, what a jury would kind of come in thinking about a case like this and charges in a case like this, and some of what prosecutors would be trying to prove, and how as a defense attorney you would try to make an argument that to the jury that the charges are not those charges are not right.
Well, I mean, this is a tragic accident. Now you have a mother and a father have to deal with the death of their child. So now the jury's going to, or the state, remember, when we prosecute crimes, we want to send out a message. And the message is that, this parent was irresponsible. He was reckless. It's like going 100 miles an hour down the road with your children in the vehicle, putting their life at risk and other individuals' life at risk. So that's the point that that's the reason they prosecute these type of cases. In minor heights, a child, can't call 911, can't open the door, can't jump. This particular case can't swim. So we want to send out a message, and these cases need to be prosecuted. But if I was his criminal defense attorney, I would try to minimize the effects of alcohol. The issue is he's under Miranda. He's giving some statements that he consumed some narcotics, allegedly, some alcohol. And that just shows, what we call a reckless conduct, but it's a very gross reckless. And that's what the state is going to prove, that any individual, reasonable person, would not have consumed alcohol, or for that matter taken a newborn or an infant into a jacuzzi, a hot jacuzzi at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, and so you think that is the reason for these charges in this case?
Absolutely. Again, we have a duty of care. And that, just like in a civil case where you have a duty of care to drive and not cause any accidents. In this particular case, we have a duty of care when we're the caretaker of a child to protect them, keep them safe, and not put them at harm's risk. And here, what we have is actually, the opposite is what's being claimed, that there's no reason for this child to have been taken into a jacuzzi, a warm jacuzzi, at this time of the night. So it's just a bad judgment, which in this case, unfortunately, resulted in the death of a child.
Jose Rivas, a criminal defense attorney and legal analyst. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and helping us make some more sense of this case. And like you said, certainly a tragic incident that happened. And we appreciate you joining us to kind of walk us through that.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube. The state lawmakers are continuing to move forward with proposals to potentially eliminate property taxes here in the state of Florida. That would be a major step and something that the governor and a number of others have been pushing for and trying to make some preparations for as well. If you missed our conversation last week with State Representative Juan Carlos Porras, we talked with him about where property tax, the proposals stand, and his take on some things, as well as another one of his bills that's also interesting. So you can find that on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and on YouTube. This morning, Lawrence Polito was on Good Day Orlando. He's the president of the Orlando Regional Realtor Association. He talked about what the potential implications of that would be, specifically from the perspective of homeowners and home buyers, and talked a little bit about that. He talked with the Fox 35's Ryan Elijah today.
Change the real estate market, and these are bills that are moving forward. There could still be changes. What are you watching in terms of impact on the real estate market?
So we're going to watch for the savings it's going to bring to the owner-occupied, homestead-exempt owners. That's what we're looking for. How's it going to impact the local budgets on everyone from owning and renting, and primarily the homeowners that can see substantial savings on this proposed bill?
Lawrence, and obviously everything impacts affordability. I think we've all looked at homes before and thought, oh, that's a great price. And then you look at whether it's HOA or property tax, like, oh, that kind of changes things. So as you know, this all matters when you keep affordability down, because we love if you're an owner of Florida real estate that's going up, but you don't want people to not be able to afford it.
Absolutely. And this is going to bring a lot of people to Florida. So if this passes, we're going to see huge savings, and any one of our northerner friends that are experiencing any blizzards are going to start looking to relocate much quicker to Florida, seeing that there's going to be some tax breaks on taxes for homestead and primary residences.
Lawrence, without any movement by the state legislature here, could we see a jump? I mean, could people expect that next fall, even if it's just a couple percent up to maybe 10% in some cases?
They're estimating around 7 to 9% in equity. Yes, absolutely, we could see an increase on this because we're saving, and again, we're going to see a lot more turnover with people purchasing homes and taking down the inventory. So this is where a lot of sellers that were looking to hold on to their properties are going to get back on the market and try again next year.
Let's finish with this, and there could be changes yet in Tallahassee the way they present these bills, which will then be brought to voters in November. But we do know if they're talking homestead and they stick to that, obviously that wouldn't be a rental property. That wouldn't be a second home. That is your primary residence in the state of Florida.
That is correct. This is only for the primary owners and people that have their homestead. Some people that own primary homes forget to file for this exemption, so but it will affect them later. But for renters, it won't. The only thing that's going to affect them probably will be the sales taxes might go just slightly up higher due to make up for the loss of revenue.
It could be interesting to see and interesting to think about what that might mean for the housing market here in Florida if that moves forward. Meanwhile, a new bank rate survey shows that credit card interest rates have hit a record high, some surpassing 30%. The federal government's rate cut last week may help with that, but again, we have seen the trend that these interest rates on credit cards have continued to climb. Mark Henry is founder and CEO of Alloy Wealth Management. He was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about that and how, with interest rates that high, you can work to pay off that credit card debt you have.
So it's always an important topic, but certainly this time of the year. What do you say to somebody to try to avoid during the holiday shopping season, maybe digging that hole even deeper?
Yeah, it's really a tough time for a lot of families, but it all starts with a plan. So we got to have a list, and if it's not on the list, we're not buying it. You got to start off with how much you can spend and then break it down into each person and only shop for what's on the list and don't pay more than what you planned on.
I love that, which takes a little planning, because even if you go a couple dollars more on this person, you're going to have to cut it somewhere else. But if you don't have a plan, that's where you get in trouble, because you get down to those last few people and you've already shot past your budget.
Yeah, no question about it. And don't fall for the buy two, get one free. If you're only buying one, don't buy the second just to get one free. You're spending more money.
It's a great point as well. And some of it, too, is planning, because you'll get into shipping fees and different things. And I think probably the earlier you do this, and I know we're sitting December 15th, you probably have a better option.
Yeah, no question about it. But it's really about getting the family involved and deciding this is what we're doing this year, and this is all we're doing, and getting everybody involved, the entire family involved in this process, so that we don't start off 26 worse than we did last year.
Yeah,
or
Mark,
in the
and on
same
that
way
note,
we
there are probably
started.
people, even if they have a budget, they know they're in credit card debt. So how do you advise them to get it back down, to get your budget on track and tackle that debt now?
Sure. So one, don't fall for the deals at the stores right now, where they're going to tell you can open this up and buy it now and pay for it later, 0% financing and all the cool stuff. That is only going to make the situation worse. And those small little ones, and it's really big this year on this buy now, pay later, they really add up. And if you miss one payment, the interest accrues all the way back to the beginning. Or if you didn't pay it off in the 12 months or the 6 months of the free interest, it'll go all the way back to the beginning. Yeah. So the bottom line is we got to get out of debt as Americans. It's hurting people it's so tough for them. And the way that I find is the best is the snowball method, is getting on a plan, find out where your money's going. First off, where is it going? Get a list. Take stock of what do you owe and where is all the money going first. And then you got to find that extra money, get on the snowball method, which is find the smallest credit card balance first, pay all you can on it, and then take that money as soon as it's paid off, get that easy win, go to the very next smallest.
And some good advice there. It certainly doesn't take long for when you're holiday shopping this time of year, doesn't take long for things to really add up very quickly. So sticking to that list, certainly a good advice. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back with more live news coverage on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Alex Lopez. He is the man accused of shooting and killing a store clerk in Leesburg last year, accused of killing Raed Shahada during a robbery at the M&M Food Mart in Leesburg back in May of 2024. Now, prosecutors have decided not to seek the death penalty in this case, but he is still facing multiple charges, including murder. Jury selection is going on and getting ready to get back underway this afternoon. It began this morning. As we talked about, his trial scheduled to last this week. and the opening statement's expected tomorrow. So the goal is to have a jury selected and a jury seated by the end of the day. And this is a look at Alex Lopez sitting at the defendant's table as he awaits his fate that he will find out. Unclear whether he will testify during this trial, but we do expect to see some of the surveillance video that we have shown you before. We believe the man who was killed was FaceTiming his wife at the time. That's what we have heard from speaking with the wife of that shooting victim. Just a heartbreaking story that we've been tracking now for about a year and a half, and we will find out this week. I expect to find out sometime this week what his fate might be. Again, Alex Lopez charged with murder in that case. Well, Governor Ron DeSantis held a roundtable discussion in Jupiter earlier today about artificial intelligence, and I played a little bit of it for you. I'm going to play you some of that again because we had to dump out of that a little bit early, but it's an interesting discussion and an interesting thing to be considering right now because we know the governor has unveiled a proposal for what he essentially calls an AI Consumers Bill of Rights, a number of regulations and guardrails that he wants the state to put up. This comes as President Donald Trump signed an executive order and has said that he doesn't want states to take action. In fact, his executive order threatens legal action and challenge to states who do create some AI regulations and restrictions that the White House doesn't like. Now, they have said they likely would not challenge everything, but depending on what the regulations are. So there's certainly that tension between the federal and state governments right now over that issue of artificial intelligence. But you have a number of people clamoring for additional steps to be taken, including some mothers, children who have lost their children. And so this is the discussion as we are kind of on the forefront of this issue as AI starts to play a larger and larger role in a number of different fronts, as kids continue to have more access to chatbots and AI, other AI platforms. And so that's kind of some of the backdrop ahead of this roundtable earlier this morning that Governor DeSantis and some others were a part of ahead of a larger discussion here in the state of Florida about what to do with that.
So, making sure that Floridians are protected against that, I think is really, really important. And I know a lot of people agree with that. The thing about the data centers is there's not really a big economic impact once they're created. If it's constructed, people can make some money doing that. Obviously, there may be some jobs that can go. But once it's done, it employs like a half dozen people. And, these tech companies will likely bring in foreigners to do that on some visa, or they're not going to hire from your local community. That's just not what they do. So, from that, I think a lot of these communities are not supporting the construction in their area when they go before these boards now, because they're thinking okay, it's sucking a lot of resources, but is this really something that we need in our communities? It's something that's going to benefit the community. And by and large, this is across party lines. I think people are saying no dice on that. So I do think I think there's been a big sea change in how people have thought about that just in the last 6 to 9 months. And, it may be that some of the protections we have, end up being moot because it's just not something that's going to get any traction in Florida, period. But at the end of the day, this is not something that you should ever have to pay for, no subsidy, none of that, and we're going to make that very clear. We also, and this is something we've already dealt with, this idea of deep fakes, where they can use your likeness and your image and put it in certain situations, and it can be unfortunately, in situations where you have sexually explicit videos and images that are created, including of minor. So we did a bill actually this year to provide some recourse. We had a minor female, was a high school student, and this happened to her, sexually explicit. And, my view is, that is absolutely something that can be very harmful to people. It's very hard to tell what's real or what's not real anymore. There'll be videos that are put out online and you see it and you're like, oh man. And then, occasionally people will respond, oh no, that's AI. But honestly, you really wouldn't necessarily know. And I would imagine as we get further down the road on this, it's going to be very, very difficult to determine that. Well, should your life be turned upside down for something that you had nothing to do with, and people are just doing that? This could be very, very harmful to people, and we want to make sure that we're providing protections and recourse if that happens. We also don't want our state or local government agencies to utilize any Chinese-created AI tools with respect to American data. China harvests a lot of data with things like TikTok and everything. Now, we don't use that in government, but it is something that's used a lot by consumers throughout American society. And it's interesting, the TikTok in America is a lot different than the TikTok they let in China. I mean, all the negative of TikTok in America, they don't do that in China. That's not what they do. So that's important. We also want to make sure that people are not able to use your name, image, and likeness without your consent for monetization or things of that nature. And look, the average person, maybe this won't necessarily be something that is, but for some people, it could absolutely be something that is done. We believe that there should be transparency to consumers, and that there should be a notice that they are interacting with artificial intelligence. We can't allow the situation to have this present itself as a human being, either on the phone or in written correspondence. We also want to prohibit any entities from using these AI chatbots as, quote, licensed therapy or mental health counseling, or imitating a licensed professional. The reality is these are machines, and honestly, they get a lot of things wrong. There's some things they can do and synthesize and spit something out pretty quickly, and sometimes it's great, and sometimes it's not. But clearly, to hold yourself out as if you can do that is totally unacceptable. And I think you'll hear a little bit why that's important as well. We want to provide parents with controls for minors, so that they're able to access conversations that children are using with our AI platforms. We want them to be able to set parameters for accessibility for minors and require notification to parents if their child exhibits concerning behavior. Some people will say, oh, well, who cares what big tech does? It's the parent's responsibility. Well, yeah, of course it's the parent's responsibility, but the reality is the way this permeates our society, it's easy to do, right? And so providing some of this framework and structure is a way to really enhance parents' rights and make their rights more effective in how this is done. And these kids, my kindergartner, she can grab my wife's phone and they know how to swipe, and she can watch my wife put in her code, and she knows the code, and then she can do these things, and you got to take it away. But it's sometimes it's hard, right? And as they do other things. Now, Florida, we were one of the first to ban cell phone use in classrooms. And when I did that, I think MSNBC said that was an example of rising fascism in America, which I thought was odd. Now everyone knows that's effective, so all the other states have done it, or a lot of them have done it across the political spectrum. So now they say, oh, yeah, that's right, and they kind of forget that they were saying that. But basically, we did that because, you can't really learn if your face is buried in that, and they're doing a lot of other stuff, which isn't, quite frankly, healthy. Also wasn't good for teachers. So we've been able to do that, which is great. But the reality is, they're at school. They do activities. They do all this other stuff. The notion that a parent is going to be able to have 100% control all the time, it's tough, especially as they become teenagers. So this can be something, that's very good. Now, my wife always says, our kids are kindergarten, second, third, so they're not even at the age yet, but the extent they want a phone, they get a flip phone, not a smartphone, because the smartphone, at least the flip, if there's an emergency, you have it. So we'll see how that goes over when the time comes. We also want to prohibit companies from selling or sharing any personal identifying information with third parties and ensure data privacy protections. If you're doing this chat on like ChatGPT or Gemini or what is happening with all that? Do you think that that's just disappearing into the ether? No, they're monetizing that. I mean, all this data is something that they're harvesting and monetizing. And for some of these companies, obviously they want to sell advertising. You know, for others, they want to be able to leverage it in other ways. But that's something that's very, very real. And I think a lot of people are like, you know, you type in and, you know, you ask a question, you know, what is the GDP of Chile or something, and you think it's innocuous like that. That is being stored. So someone's going to know that someone on that phone, you know, asked about the GDP of Chile. And I think that some people may have an expectation of privacy in some of those interactions that is really not there. So keep that in mind. We also want to make sure that artificial intelligence cannot be used as the sole determination for adjusting or denying an insurance claim. And, you know, you have a situation where that could be done in a way where it's hard enough, right? And so you do that. So we want to make sure that there's a human that's going to take cognizance of all of that. So those are, I think, very common sense things. I don't think that there's anyone, and, you know, some people say, well, you know, AI is all about, you know, it's going to transform, you know, everything. We're going to have cures for cancer and this, all that. Great. Is there anything that I just said that would prevent a cure for cancer? No. Is there anything in here that would prevent, you know, workers from becoming more productive on the job or businesses from becoming? No, of course not. This is basically protecting against this technology running amok in a way that can be harmful to individuals. And so there's, of course, the pathway to be able to do what people think is good in terms of those types of innovations, and I think it's great. You know, the other thing you'll sometimes hear is, well, you know, we just need, because what they wanted to do at the beginning of the year in Congress was create legislation that would just basically ban states from touching AI for 10 years, which is kind of an incredible thing, right? Because it's like, okay, the states created the federal government. We gave enumerated powers. If the federal government doesn't have enumerated power or isn't acting in that, then the states have residual powers, especially for health, safety, and welfare and all these other things. And so they, but sometimes people, so they were going to say, you can't touch it for 10 years. Now, some were saying, well, you just need kind of like a one national coherent regulatory framework, which, you know, Congress, even under a limited view of the Interstate Commerce Clause, you know, likely has the authority to do that. But that wasn't what they were proposing to do. You know, it's one thing if Congress said, hey, here's the national child protection standards. Here's the national protections against deep fakes or name, image. That wasn't what they were doing. They weren't creating any rules or anything. They were just saying states couldn't do it. So basically, the governance was by the Magnificent Seven and these companies, and that was what they proposed, is to just basically, you know, let it go. So that is something that is not good. Look, if Congress wants to sit down and mimic some of these proposals or do it, I do acknowledge they could legislate that. Nationally, it is a technology that is an interstate commerce use in many respects, but that wasn't what they proposed to do. They just wanted to kneecap the states and keep the states out of it. And, you know, what they'll say is, well, you know, we don't want California doing things that are woke or all this other stuff. It's like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't either, but like, that's not a reason to take away Florida's rights. I mean, are you kidding me? And second of all, these companies, their muscle memory is to be woke. They don't need California to tell them that. Like, that's likely the direction that they'll go, right? I mean, that's the culture in Silicon Valley. And so we're not going to give up any rights from the state. Now, the president issued an executive order, and some people were saying, well, no, this blocks the states from doing it. It doesn't. If you should read it and see, first of all, an executive order can't block the states. You can preempt states under Article 1 powers through congressional legislation on certain issues, but you can't do it through executive order. But if you read it, they actually say a lot of the stuff we're talking about are things that they're encouraging states to do. They say it doesn't prevent child safety. It doesn't prevent any of that stuff. So even reading it very broadly, I think the stuff we're doing is going to be very consistent.
So that was the Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier today at that AI Roundtable. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We talked earlier about the challenges the holiday season can pose, especially if you are navigating grief or a number of other burdens that you may be carrying this time of year. It can also be a tough time navigating the holidays for parents of children with autism or other neurodivergencies. There was an expert on Good Day Orlando earlier this morning to talk about how to deal with some of those unique challenges.
I think it's absolutely right? Because there are a lot of challenges this time of year in the best of times. But when you are autistic and neurodivergent, there could be some special challenges. What are they?
So those challenges are making sure that we prepare the individuals for the holidays. So we can have a lot of outbursts during these times because the environment starts to change. So one good thing to do is to make sure we're preparing them before the gatherings and before the travel. So we can do things like create simple holiday visual schedules that will actually expose Christmas trees, guests, meals, bedtimes, and use these social narratives about what Christmas is, what it would look like for their family, and how to practice and prepare them for the holidays ahead.
So I have a brother-in-law who was not diagnosed with autism until he was an adult. I have a nephew who is a teenager with autism. But one of the things that I've noticed about both of them, Katiba, is there has to be a routine. When you change their routine, it is just complete chaos, right? So how important is that for the holidays especially?
It is so important. So you want to keep the structure, but you want to also allow the flexibility because the changes that's going to be happening in the environment are going to be so constant. You want to ensure that you keep some simplicity there for them. So if we are preparing meals, make sure they have that meal that they are used to and accustomed to, that's part of their culture, and then introduce them to new tasks and new meals. Make sure we prepare them for who's coming into the house. We can do that by showing them pictures of relatives or showing them what would happen and what changes are going to happen beforehand.
And one of the other things you say is advocate. What does that look like?
So when we advocate for any individuals with autism, we want to make sure we support their needs. So advocation can look like anything from allowing them to have breaks, right? So giving them those sensory times that they need to just regulate back into that environment. But then also advocate for individuals by telling your family members what to do in times when they are getting too sensory stimulated or those behaviors are being presented at high rates. So we want to make sure we speak up for them. We want to make sure we do what makes them comfortable, and we want to make sure they understand all of the changes that's going to happen in their environment.
Sensory-friendly meals, what does that mean, and how can parents help with that?
So we want to make sure we have at least one safe food available for them. So we want, to avoid pressure on trying new foods, because during the holidays, we typically do that. So exposure without demand needs to still be in progress, but we want to make sure we allow them to eat at different times, different locations, but also keeping those safe foods available so that they don't have those outbursts during those holiday times.
I think one of the other important things, too, is as parents, we lead by example in almost every aspect of our child's life, right? So with an autistic child, how important is this, especially during the holiday season?
So we want to support, it's very important to answer your question, but we want to make sure we support emotional regulation, right? So we want to normalize those big feelings and excitement, but we want to also teach coping mechanisms and teach coping tools through play. We can do it if we have a younger child, but we want to also allow them to rock during those stressful moments, grab a ball so that they can squeeze to dysregulate. We want to use co-regulation, calm voices, slower paces, and reduce language, not because the environment is going to be loud. So when we're talking to them individually, we want to make sure our tone is low and the pace of that interaction is slower.
One thing that I noticed with my younger nephew is that when he's in a different environment, he always has to either wash his hands or he'll walk around, right, in a circle and not stop, right? And I think it's important that there is kind of a calming space, at least that's what my sister has told me, to make sure that he's in a space that he feels comfortable. How important is that?
That is so important. So during all of these changes that's going to happen during the environment, you want to have one safe place, just like the safe foods. And you also want to support parents and caregivers by just reminding them that accommodations are not spoiling, right? It is access. So encourage them to set these boundaries with their relatives in advance as well, because they may not understand, like your sister understands because she's with your nephew all the time. So we want to validate if the child wants to leave early or skip in some of the events that we do during the holidays, and provide short holiday support plans for them that we can share with family members and any guests that we welcome into our home.
And finally, before we let you go, how important is it that we treat autistic children normally? That's such a big driver for me and for my family, and I just want to hear your take on that.
It is extremely important. They are humans just like you and I. So they are, titled neurodivergent, but we're neurotypical. And in my everyday language, I say no one is really typical. We all have our needs that need to be met on a daily basis. The goal here is success during the holidays is not compliance or making sure you provide that strict eye contact or just sitting still. The goal here is to make sure we have fewer meltdowns, faster recovery, functional communication, and a child that feels safe and connected to their family members, just like anyone else.
Give you a live look right now at Camping World Stadium in Orlando. It's going to be the site of 3 bowl games this month. And the first one coming up on Wednesday. We talked earlier about the Curable kickoff set for 5 o'clock on Wednesday. Don't forget the Pop-Tart Bowl on December 27th and then the Cheez-It Bowl on December 31st. Brandon Kravitz is the host of Game On 96.9 The Game. Spoke with Good Day Orlando this morning to preview those games and talk about what it all means for us here in Central Florida.
And you've probably heard from all the college football fans. I think it's safe to say most of them think we need some changes here. What has to happen to fix some of this issue?
Wow, we could probably do an hour. Used often. It's something that Nick Saban said as he was making his way out of college football, and I think that's the most important thing. It just feels rather lawless right now, and it's hard to get a wrangle on things and do what's best, not only for the players. Yes, the players are making money, but are we really doing what's best for the players, allowing them to just jump around at a whim? Same thing with the coaches, by the way. So it's not just the players. Coaches are not held accountable to the contracts that they sign. What other job can you do that? You just get a better offer in the middle of a deal and boom, you leave, and then you leave the school and the players that you recruited to play for you in the dust. And then who does it really screw over at the end of the day more than anybody else is the fans, because I don't think you could run into a single college football fan that feels like the product for them is better today than it was a few years ago.
Yeah, Brandon, and you look at the Bulls, I mean, you could make a big argument that the college Bulls have been ruined. That said, Orlando's still got 3 solid games, great matchups. I mean, and Steve Hogan and his crew have done a great job putting these bowl games on in these circumstances.
Huge. I mean, you're talking about 4 top 25 teams coming to Orlando to wrap up the month of December. Michigan is the 18th ranked team in the country. They have an exciting young quarterback in Bryce Underwood. Arch Manning, quarterbacks to the Texas Longhorns. He's the most famous and popular quarterback in college football. They're the 13th ranked team in the country. And then 2 teams that don't have the fan base or the notoriety year after year that Michigan and Texas do, that played some really good football this year. BYU, they've got a young freshman quarterback, Bachmeier, who's outstanding. And then Haynes King, for me, was, if I was to create a top 10 for Heisman finalists, Haynes King, the quarterback at Georgia Tech, certainly would have been on that list. And they were a top 25 team too. And you have Brent Key, who used to be an assistant coach at UCF. So a lot of really good teams, exciting players, and some tie-ins here locally as well.
Yeah, huge economic boost. And again, they've done a great job at Florida Citrus Sports. Let's finish with this, Brandon. And I think this shows you've got teams in the playoffs, 2 of them that have had head coaching changes with Ole Miss and JMU. I mean, what a mess that you've got not only players leaving, but you don't even have the head coaching. Now, I know JMU is going to stick around and Billy Napier's taken over there, but that just shows what a mess this has become.
Oh, big time. And what happened with Lane Kiffin, I think, should be a wake-up call to everybody involved in college football. It shouldn't happen where a coach who's been working his entire career, by the way, to get to this point, finally does, and then can't see the season through. And that's not me letting Lane off the hook. I think he is as much to blame as Ole Miss, as is the current state of college football. So if we're splitting up the pie, I think it's an even third between the state of college football, the program itself for not letting him finish out the season, the same way that Tulane is letting their head coach, who's now the head coach of the Florida Gators,
right.
John Sumrall, is finishing things out with Tulane. They're in the college football playoff just like Ole Miss is. It is just a complete and utter mess.
But you know what, Brandon? I will say this, and I'll throw our entire interview upside down, because as an Indiana native, Indiana's #1. They're in the playoff. We just got our first ever Heisman. So I would say maybe things have never been better in college football.
Well, parity-wise, you could probably make that argument, and congratulations to the Hoosiers. It should be an exciting playoff. Even college football as a mess is still a beautiful, wonderful sport that will entertain us all. They have work to do.
They do.
But still very entertaining.
Yeah, that's a good point. Still a sport that we know and love. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Opening statements right now in the death penalty phase of the trial of Mackenzie Lyons. He is the man in Hillsborough County facing the death penalty after being convicted on a Friday of murder, first-degree murder, in the deaths of a man and a pregnant woman during a home invasion back in 2018 in Hillsborough County. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now as the death penalty phase of that trial gets underway.
Alexis Martinez at that front door at 2 a.m., after 2 a.m. in the morning, and she is crying. And after they have forced their way in and started to make those threats, you hear her begging, please, please. And it is no denying that she is crying and she is terrified. And she is about to be a mother. She is 6 months pregnant after they have robbed and beaten Alexis Martinez. They have forced her, 6 months pregnant, to get down on her knees. And they killed both victims. We don't know which one was killed first, but one of those victims were less than a foot away and watched and heard their loved one get murdered. Both of them were shot multiple times before the other one was killed. Juanita twice, and Alexis Martinez 5 times. And you saw those photographs again in that bathroom, and we'll be submitting those to you as evidence of how heinous, atrocious, and cruel this crime is, because she is defenseless, 6 months pregnant, down on her knees, and the only thing to shield her and her unborn child are her hands, because frozen in time, she is covering her head when he shoots her twice in the side of the head. Alexis Martinez is shot multiple times. And again, we don't know which one was shot first, but we know he was beaten, he was threatened with death, and we know right next beside him was a person he cared and lived with. And they are both forced into that tiny bathroom for one purpose. They both suffered. They both knew what was going to happen in that bathroom. This crime was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. And there are 4 aggravating circumstances that are in greatly more harm to those victims, are more than inherent to a first-degree murder. This is what separates this case from any other first-degree murder. And you're going to hear the mitigation in this case, but at the conclusion of when you've heard all of the aggravation and the mitigation, it is going to be clear, based on these 4 aggravating circumstances, that it outweighs the mitigation in this case, and that these crimes, these heinous, atrocious crimes, are deserving of the imposition of the most severe penalty in the state of Florida. And we're going to ask you to vote and recommend the imposition of the death penalty.
Mr. Hernandez. Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court and counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been, I guess, a couple of weeks since I addressed you during jury selection. Again, my name is Danny Hernandez, and my responsibility, as you know, is dealing with the penalty phase. Before I get started, I wanted to introduce 2 people that I don't think you've seen, and they're sitting at defense tables, so that way you know who they are. In addition to Mr. Sonardi and the defendant, there is Amy Rios, who is my legal assistant. And in and out, you will see she's maybe talking to some witnesses outside. And you will see Colleen Quinn Adams, who is my investigator / mitigation specialist. It is not easy to trying to save someone's life. I am humbled by that responsibility. It's a responsibility that I take very seriously, and I certainly will do my very best. I'm not here, Mr. Lyons is not here to debate your verdict. We respect your decision, and as the court has told you, it's time to move on to the penalty phase. I'm going to remind you briefly of some of the things that we talked about during jury selection, because you now have found the defendant guilty as charged. But the reason that you were selected is because you all assured us that you would keep an open mind and be willing to listen to additional information that could affect your decision as to whether to recommend a life sentence or recommend a death sentence. And I remind you, as we talked about in jury selection, that even though we call it a recommendation and the judge ultimately has the decision to make the ruling of life or death, by law, your recommendation is considered be given great weight by the court, and the court has to give it great weight before making the final decision. Also, as we go through this portion of the case or the trial, you will be presented some proposed mitigating circumstances that, unlike the aggravating factors and unlike first phase where the elements of the crime had to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you can consider and weigh any mitigation circumstance that's presented to you by the greater weight of the evidence, which basically means if you believe it's probably true, you can accept it as a valid mitigation.
Hearing opening statements now from the defense in this death penalty phase of the trial of Mackenzie Lyons, again convicted on Friday of first-degree murder and a deadly home invasion in Hillsborough County. We heard the end of the prosecutor's opening statement talking about the brutality of that crime. Now hearing from the defense, they're going to try to make the case that he does not deserve to be put to death. So we will continue to monitor this trial out of Hillsborough County. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. So more to come. Keep it right.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. If you've been with us for the past 3 hours over on Fox Local, you know it's been a busy day, a lot of things that we are tracking right now. I just want to let you know some of the live events right now that we are monitoring. This is a live look at Alex Lopez. He is in court right now in Leesburg, where he is charged with the death of a man, a store clerk, back in May of 2024. Jury selection in that trial going on right now. We're going to talk more about that case in just a couple of minutes. We are also keeping an eye on this trial out of Hillsborough County. This is the trial of Mackenzie Lyons. He was convicted on Friday of first-degree murder in connection with a deadly home invasion back in 2018. This is one of his defense attorneys right now giving their opening statement in what is the death penalty phase of that trial. Again, he is facing the death penalty, and we will learn soon about his fate, but that trial is ongoing in the penalty phase now. We're also keeping an eye on this upcoming news conference out of Largo Police Department, expected to talk about the search for a missing man. They have a number of concerns for him, and they are getting ready to give an update on their search efforts and what they are hoping to get out to the public. We are also learning some new details today about an upcoming court hearing and how it is tied to the Anna Kepner case. We've talked a lot about the Titusville teenager who was found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship. We brought you parts of a child custody hearing out of Brevard County where there was some discussion over the suspect in this case, a step-sibling of Anna Kapner. Well, Fox 35's Esther Bauer has been looking through court documents and found some new documents that shed some more light on what we might hear in court on Wednesday during another upcoming hearing. Here's Esther with more on what we've learned from those court documents.
The Kepner family is expected back in court this week on Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. There are some new documents that have been filed in this unrelated family court case, and in those new documents, we're seeing people from Temple Christian School being subpoenaed to this court hearing. 3 staff members from Temple Christian, as well as 1 person from DCF, are all being called to court. Now, why this matters is in those documents, we are learning that they could be asked to testify about this 16-year-old stepbrother. What kind of student was this child like in school? Their attendance records, their report cards, any behavioral reports, all of that could be discussed at this upcoming court hearing. As far as new details in Anna Kepner's death, the FBI is still silent. We've only learned information about her death and about her alleged murder from this unrelated family court. So we did ask a former detective, what does this mean? Does the FBI have a case? Why are they staying silent for so long? We're told they have to build their case. This silence, this length of not knowing new details doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have a case, but it also means they are still building it. So don't take this silence from law enforcement as them not still investigating Anna Kepner's alleged murder. This court hearing is happening Wednesday at 2:30. Fox 35 will be there. We're expecting several members of the Kepner and Hudson families to be there, and we will bring you new details from the courtroom.
That's Fox 35's Esther Bauer. Let's give you another live look right now inside the courtroom. You see Alex Lopez taking notes at the defendant's table as jury selection continues. His trial expected to begin this week with the opening statements tomorrow. Joining us live now to talk about this case and the upcoming trial is Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte. Joins us live right now in our streaming studio. And Stephanie, this is a case that we've been following for about a year and a half now, and it has been an interesting road to get here.
Yeah, we've been following it from the start. We first started covering this as breaking news, and then as things unfolded, of course, we've been following it since. And today was the jury selection for Alex Lopez's case. He is accused of killing Raed Shahada, who worked at M&M in Leesburg. It was basically like a little Metro Mart there. And he's accused of shooting him. There was surveillance video that shows someone walking in and shooting him while he was on FaceTime with his wife when that happened. And he's facing several charges now, including murder. Now, we have Amanda Ruiz, who is in the courtroom right now. We just showed that live pic earlier, and she said that Lopez has been calm, even laughing with his attorneys. He has handcuffs at his wrist and his feet inside that courtroom. But we also spoke with Raed Shahada's wife today. So I spoke with her on Zoom, and this is definitely an emotional time for this family.
Let's talk about that, because we have heard from them before, and I can only imagine, as you mentioned, she was FaceTiming her husband when this all happened, and so we've talked before about the emotions and how difficult this has been for her and her family, and at this point now, I would imagine this kind of brings up the pain all over again as they kind of get ready to head into this trial where they're going to hear many of these details and all kinds of things all over.
Exactly. I mean, for anyone who's watching at home to think that you are on FaceTime with your loved one and they're shot, I mean, it's almost unimaginable. And she was talking about how they really wanted to get closure and that this will not bring them peace, so to speak, in the sense that, you know, he's never coming back. But it will help in the sense that they've been trying to get justice in this case. She was talking about, so I asked her that. I said, what is it going to be like? Do you feel like those traumatic memories coming back? And she was like, exactly that. Right after she passed away, she said she was in like autopilot, just going. And then over the last like year or so, she said she was finally feeling like they can, you know, think of the good memories and all of that. And she said now with this court, you know, case going to trial, she's kind of feeling those memories back again. But it's something that they've been wanting, something that they've been waiting a long time for. I mean, he died a year and a half ago, and it's going to mean a lot to this family. Of course, he's not guilty. There will be a jury who decides that. But for this family, they've been waiting for this moment. She's actually going to give a victim impact statement, and she says it's not for him. She doesn't care what he thinks about it, what he thinks about what she has to say. It's for the jury to know that this was a father of 5 who's gone.
Is she going to be called to testify before that victim impact statement? Do we know?
I think she said that she will be, yes. So yeah.
Tough.
But I know for sure she is hoping to convey to a jury just about the kind of person he was. She said that they were best friends and that it's just been really hard. So definitely something we're watching closely.
Well, and prosecutors have decided not to seek the death penalty in this case, which I think you know is interesting. Do they have any stance on that at all?
I didn't ask her about that. I'm not sure if we had previously, but I know that she just wants someone to be held responsible. She wants there to be justice for her husband after a year and a half after he was shot and killed. But yeah, she said that she saw Alex Lopez for the first time in court last week, I think she said, and she said she had to walk out of the room. It was just too much at the time, but I think she feels a little bit more mentally prepared now and is ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow is, like you said, opening statements, and then the trial should be lasting through Thursday, but you really never know.
Right. Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live and walking us through that case.
Thanks, Garrett.
I do want to go ahead and take you live now to Largo. We'll listen in briefly here to the police department putting out another call for help as they look for a missing man with dementia. Let's go ahead and listen in.
US 19 have in your search grid, you know, it's limited for him to be able to go east at, you know, like down at Whitney Road. Are you trying to concentrate maybe anything west of 19?
So the US 19 creates a natural barrier. So while we have not excluded him being on the other side of 19, as you observed, there's Jersey barriers running up and down 19. The same with the apartment complex. It's got wrought iron fencing on both the east side and the north side. On the west side is all full of thickets and super thick grass and trees and vines that looks like it would be super hard for him to navigate, especially when you watch the video and he's got sort of a shuffle to him. But we did on foot, went through all the bushes, the ravine that's back there. So, and then this roadway out here is on the south side. So we considered all the natural barriers there, and we're limiting our search, or we were limiting our search to the same thing that you would think where he could possibly get in that amount of time.
We're now on day 4. Knowing that it has been so long, I know that every hour, every minute matters. Are you guys feeling a certain type of way knowing that the days are adding up?
No, we're actually optimistic. We haven't found anything bad at this point, so it looks good, and our hope is that hopefully he found shelter somewhere or somebody's given him shelter, and then at some point, maybe with all this coverage and some of the social media, that he'll pop up and somebody he'll show up.
So people are being asked to look at their surveillance camera. Give me a better timeline from the timestamp you have at the gas station here, and then from the time he was noticed to be missing.
You have the timeline. About 8:50, close to 9 o'clock on Friday morning is when he was seen walking northbound. Absent of that, they could use their best guess. Like I said, if they're in an apartment complex immediately north of here, maybe they can look closer to Friday, but I would suggest they look the full 4 days. So we don't have any other video or any other kind of knowledge to where he could possibly be. So if you're in the immediate area or even the area a little bit bigger at large, check your videos, spend a few minutes and look at, especially on like a home video system I think most of them track it and they have little notches where you can see where there's motion. So put a couple efforts in, a couple minutes in to help out if you can.
Asking for folks to check their security cameras, and that is something that certainly does come in handy in searches like this, but a lot of concern over that missing person in Largo. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we still have a lot to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back. A live look right now outside the home of Rob Reiner, where he and his wife Michelle were found dead in the early morning hours late last night. Their son, Nick Reiner, now charged with murder. That was an update we had live earlier on Fox 35 News Plus, hearing from police there. This is a look outside their home. You see private property posted, no trespassing signs. On Rob Reiner's star on the Walk of Fame earlier today, we saw flowers that someone had left. So certainly continuing to follow up on this case and trying to learn more. A developing national story, as is the shooting at Brown University over the weekend. 2 students killed, 9 others injured. What we learned is that late last night, a person of interest in connection with that case who was in custody had been released. So it appears, according to investigators, that the suspect or whoever the gunman was in this is still on the loose. So we are also continuing to monitor that national story here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. And welcome back in to Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. We appreciate you joining us on this Monday. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. This afternoon, we're actually going to start in Lutz, where over the weekend, volunteers laid wreaths down on the headstones at a 100-year-old cemetery. Now, this was all a part of Wreaths Across America. Community members of all ages, including junior patriots, U.S. Naval Sea Cadets, and local scouting troops, helped clean grave sites, place American flags, and lay wreaths at the graves of more than 220 veterans. Those honored include service members from the Civil War, World War II, the Korean War, as well as the Vietnam War. Each wreath placed carries a special meaning. Made of Maine balsam fir, the wreaths include 10 branches representing core values of military service, along with a red bow symbolizing the sacrifices made by those who served. Organizers say youth involvement is what makes this event especially meaningful. While Wreaths Across America focuses on honoring veterans through tradition and remembrance, Lutz Cemetery is also looking toward the future. The cemetery now uses GPS mapping to help families more easily locate graves, and it also offers digital QR code options that allow loved ones to share a veteran's service history and a personal story with future generations. Organizers say combining remembrance with education helps ensure the sacrifices made by those buried at Lutz Cemetery continue to be remembered for years to come. Garrett?
It is certainly a nice tribute there, and good to see that. And like you said, also teaching future generations as well. So an important thing to keep alive.
Yeah, it's definitely an important thing to keep alive. And again, this cemetery in Lutz is 100 years old. So just having, especially the younger children, go out there and clean these headstones and lay down the wreaths and learn more about the sacrifices that these veterans made, it just keeps their memory alive and it keeps them honored for years to come.
Our second story in the Tampa Connection today, Nancy, and it's a disturbing case out of Temple Terrace.
Yeah, that's right. Son is actually accused of killing his own mother. We don't have a whole lot of information, but Michael Randolph, you see him up there on your screen right now, he has been arrested. Police said that they were called to a home out on Seaport Avenue shortly before 11 o'clock on Friday night. And when police got there, they said that they found a deceased woman inside. Investigators said that there was evidence of a violent encounter taking place inside the home, but they did not go into details. Police said, as I mentioned, Randolph is the victim's son, and he has been charged with second-degree murder. Again, as of right now, police say they have not released any details about this crime. They haven't led up to if they know if there's a motive for the crime or what may have caused this son to allegedly kill his mother on Friday night in Temple Terrace. Again, no other information has been released at this point in time, but Michael Randolph has been arrested and charged with second-degree murder in the death of his mother.
All right, and finally here, Nancy, quite the holiday display at a home in Land O'Lakes.
Yes, this is a really great story, especially ahead of Christmas. A Land O'Lakes family has turned their home into a walk-through North Pole experience, and this is actually the third year in a row that they've done it. Now, so this full-scale North Pole is complete with gingerbread cottages, Santa's Village, a post office, cinema, and even a scavenger hunt that begins at Peppermint Park. The North Pole experience is drawing families from across the community and beyond, with crowds lining up before opening time on busy nights. Now, everything that visitors see is handmade. It is built and designed by the homeowner. That homeowner is Greg Mueller. He definitely got help from his family, neighbors, and local businesses even made some donations. And this North Pole experience is deeply personal for the Mueller family. Greg Mueller says the attraction is a tribute to honor his mother. She passed away from breast cancer before his daughter was born, but he said his mother loved Christmas and paid close attention to every detail. And this is now a tradition he carries on in her honor. Now, what began as a passion project has grown each year, expanding into new areas of the home and adding more interactive elements and characters. Mueller says he's Planning for next year has already begun with drawings and ideas already in the works. The North Pole Experience up in Land O'Lakes is open Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays from 6:30 until 9:30 p.m. And it is open through January 4th. And again, Land O'Lakes, that's up in Pasco County. Now, schools have provided Oakstead Elementary School as a parking location for visitors so that they can park there and then see this wonderful walk-through North Pole Experience. Garrett?
Yeah, that is impressive. I also spotted the Jennifer Veglas shout out on the marquee they had there.
Yes, she was the reporter who went out there, and they gave her a shout out. That was really nice of them. And again, this whole thing is done in honor of Mueller's mother, who loved Christmas time but did pass away from breast cancer.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a nice tribute and a nice way to keep that memory alive. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us here with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. And TJ, that may be the only way to get a kind of taste of the North Pole here in Florida this Christmas.
You know, I think this time of the year it's a little more acceptable. I'd hope, people might want, I've heard some people reach out like, hey, when are we going to get the chill back? And it certainly came back in a pretty big way yesterday into this morning, Garrett, that's for sure.
Yeah, take a look at the temperature change there over the past 24 hours, a little brisk.
Yeah, and the wind, it's still blowing out there. It's settled a little bit, but certainly going to be still a factor. Not really making it feel too much colder, but even just having the wind around, it kind of makes for that nip in the air. Yeah, almost 20 degrees chillier in Gainesville, just about 15 in Orlando, minus 13 in Daytona Beach and New Smyrna. So probably a good idea to go out with at least a hoodie on or a sweatshirt. We're sitting in the 50s in Gainesville, 65 in Orlando, and the temperature is still going to be chilly. Once again tonight, we'll have the clouds that are out there kind of fading away, so that will make for that tumble. But you can see the wind gusts still up around 25 miles per hour near the coastline. It's been a brisk day, and we really had that wind biting last night. Hopefully your holiday decor is safe and secure. They start to drop just a bit through the evening, and gusts continue to calm through the overnight. So tomorrow should feel a little bit better. But with that wind, again, we've had the rougher beach conditions, high surf advisories through this evening, and it just feels a lot more like winter here in Central Florida for sure, and I say a lot cooler than yesterday as well, only in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, we are feeling the bite of the air, but it's not going to stick around, because when we're looking ahead to Christmas, things are going to warm up for us.
They are, yeah, and I feel like that's kind of been the story so far this season. We've had these big temperature swings, and it looks like that's going to continue. We'll probably have more of we always have a green Christmas here in Florida, but greener maybe than usual. We'll probably have above normal temps as we get closer to the holiday.
And we won't be the only ones. Much of the country is going to be warmer than normal for Christmas.
A lot of the country. And we've had this active storm track where we've had these clippers coming through, the Midwest and the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. And a nice dumping of snow yesterday for some parts of the country, and it looks like that might be able to stick around at least for some parts of the country to give a white Christmas, which is always fun. But yeah, certainly not for us in the Sunshine State in Central Florida, at least for us.
That is very true. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break, we'll give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Maybe planning to spend the holidays at the beach or poolside. Weather just might cooperate for that. Keep it here on Florida Live. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. An interesting roundtable discussion earlier today in Jupiter, where Governor Ron DeSantis was joined by several others, including a member of law enforcement, a couple of mothers, one from Orlando, one from the state of Texas, and they were talking about artificial intelligence, specifically regulations and guardrails that they want to see kind of put up to protect children. We have talked before about Megan Garcia, the Orlando mother whose 14-year-old son died by suicide after a relationship with an AI chatbot. She is suing the company. She has testified on Capitol Hill. So we have she was part of this roundtable discussion earlier today as well, and talking about the importance of steps like this to be taken. We know Governor DeSantis has unveiled essentially a consumer's bill of rights when it comes to AI, a part of his push of what he wants to see the state of Florida do. President Trump recently signed an executive order threatening challenges against state governments that take some steps against artificial intelligence, and there has been talk that there may be more efforts at the federal level to preempt states when it comes to doing their own AI regulations. As things stand right now, Governor DeSantis said he still believes the state of Florida has a right to take some of these steps, to implement some of these policies that they want when it comes to AI. Here's what Governor DeSantis said at that roundtable about his understanding of the executive order and his belief that Florida can continue to move forward with some AI regulations at the state level.
Yeah, the other thing you'll sometimes hear is, well, you know, we just need, because what they wanted to do at the beginning of the year in Congress was create legislation that would just basically ban states from touching AI for 10 years, which is kind of an incredible thing, right? Because it's like, okay, the states created the federal government. We gave enumerated powers. If the federal government doesn't have enumerated power or isn't acting in that, then the states have residual powers, especially for health, safety, and welfare and all these other things. And so they, and sometimes people, so they were going to say, you can't touch it for 10 years. Now, some were saying, well, you just need kind of like a one national coherent regulatory framework, which, you know, Congress, even under a limited view of the Interstate Commerce Clause, you know, likely has the authority to do that. But that wasn't what they were proposing to do. You know, it's one thing if Congress said, hey, here's the national child protection standards. Here's the national protections against deep fakes or name, image. That wasn't what they were doing. They weren't creating any rules or anything. They were just saying states couldn't do it. So basically, the governance was by the Magnificent Seven and these companies, and that was what they proposed, is to just basically, you know, let it go. So that is something that is not good. Look, if Congress wants to sit down and mimic some of these proposals or do it, I do acknowledge they could legislate that nationally. It is a technology that is an interstate commerce use in many respects. But that wasn't what they proposed to do. They just wanted to kneecap the states and keep the states out of it. And, you know, what they'll say is, well, you know, we don't want California doing things that are woke or all this other stuff. It's like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't either, but, like, that's not a reason to take away Florida's rights. I mean, are you kidding me? And second of all, these companies, their muscle memory is to be woke. They don't need California to tell them that. Like, that's likely the direction that they'll go, right? I mean, that's the culture in Silicon Valley. And so we're not going to give up any rights from the state. Now, the president issued an executive order, and some people were saying, well, no, this blocks the states from doing it. It doesn't. If you should read it and see, first of all, an executive order can't block the states. You can preempt states under Article 1 powers through congressional legislation on certain issues, but you can't do it through executive order. But if you read it, they actually say a lot of the stuff we're talking about are things that they're encouraging states to do. They say it doesn't prevent child safety. It doesn't prevent any of that stuff. So even reading it very broadly, I think the stuff we're doing is going to be very consistent. But irrespective, clearly we have a right to do this. Now, what it does say is, because they're worried about California, Colorado doing really crazy things, that they could have the Attorney General bring challenges to state laws under the Dormant Commerce Clause, which is, legal doctrine. And I don't know how successful that would be, but the reality is, I don't anticipate that even happening, against any of the stuff we're doing in Florida. But if it does, I think we would be well positioned to be able to prevail on that.
So that was Governor DeSantis speaking about his belief about the state being able to move forward with some of its plans for AI regulation. I do want to play for you a little bit more from this roundtable as we heard some of the stories from Megan Garcia and also from Mandy Furness, who is the mother from Texas. But starting with, hearing some of them talk about their experience during this roundtable with the governor earlier today.
Great. So, Mandy, you had mentioned you've been in Washington. And I mentioned in my comments there was a proposal that got stripped out of the reconciliation bill that basically would have said 10 years states couldn't do anything. One, was that something that you were opposed to? And then two, do you think Congress is going to try to basically, legislate a big giveaway to the tech companies still, or do you think that's dead?
I don't know all the details about what you're speaking of. All I do know from a parent's perspective as well, because when I was in Washington, D.C. at one of the Senate hearings, I think it was Senator Durbin or one of them asked, do you trust Character.AI or Google to regulate and put these guardrails up? And it was absolutely not. Why would you trust an abuser to set any kind of guardrail for your children? That's a disaster. And so then you think about the state legislation, and there could be such a variety in each state. So I think that could be a problem as well. I absolutely feel like this needs to be state regulated and then taken further and federally regulated at the same time. I feel like that would be the best way to, just like a police force, you have certain laws and everything that you have to follow by, but then you have state laws. I think everything needs to be put into place, because the more protection, the better protection in every single way.
So you would oppose an AI amnesty where they're just saying companies can run amok for 10 years?
Absolutely, yeah.
You've been involved too. Can you talk about, kind of the preemption attempt, what some in Congress want to do or what the tech companies want to do, and kind of what do you think should be the way forward for policy?
Sure. Thank you, Governor. Earlier this year, during the summer, there was, like the governor mentioned, an attempt to have a 10-year moratorium or ban not on AI, but on regulating AI. So what that would mean was that the states would not be able to pass their own laws to regulate AI, including our own state. Luckily, that got stripped out of the big, beautiful bill, and it went through the House, and then we thought it was over as a parent. There are several parents' coalitions that started to contact their representatives, started to speak out on Capitol Hill, write letters. I was up until 3 o'clock in the morning writing letters to my state senators and congressmen who were looking at the bill. And now what we have is a couple of things. There was a slight push to try to get it included in the NDAA a couple weeks ago. That is not the case anymore. They decided not to include an AI moratorium or preemption or AI amnesty, like the governor said, in that specific piece of legislation bill. However, what we've seen is just last week, 15 bills got marked up in the House. They're supposed to be for child safety, but they include some form of AI preemption language. Now, they still have to get worked through, and there's not law yet, but as parents and parents advocacy groups and all the online safety groups, we have a lot of work to do between now and January to educate our members of Congress, educate our members of the Senate, so that they understand exactly what this means for parents and also for state laws. So far as the executive order goes, we saw a version of it drop, well, not drop, but a version of it was being circulated a couple weeks ago. And then this is another version that was signed. I think we'll just wait and see if, for whatever reason, they try to sue our state. Like the governor says, I think that the way that certain laws are written is going to be the determining factor. Certain states won't be able to withstand the scrutiny of the latest executive order, but I'm very hopeful that our own state will be able to withstand if we have any issues, which we probably won't, but we'll see. But in any attempt to preempt the states from protecting their children, protecting their citizens, I think hands down is a bad idea any day of the week, for various reasons, especially when there's no federal law in place that regulates AI at all.
Now, hearing the perspective of multiple parents on that panel, and obviously things that are very personal to both of them as they have shared their stories before. So we will continue to track developments with that at the state level when it comes to the legislative session and the governor's proposal and what might happen with that moving forward. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back after this. Live look right now in Providence, Rhode Island. This is on the campus of Brown University. You can see the FBI out on the scene again today, searching for new evidence in the shooting that killed 2, injured 9 others. And the search for the gunman still underway after a person of interest, an initial person of interest, has been released from custody. Welcome back into Florida Live, and we know it's the holiday season, and it is often a time of joy and merriment and all kinds of high energy events and things like that. But we also know for many it is a time of sorrow or sadness, whether it's because of tragedy, like what happened at Brown, or anywhere else, even a personal tragedy, whatever the case may be. Whether it's stress, whether it's exhaustion, we know that people are dealing with a lot of burdens this time of year, and the holiday season can really only serve to make that tougher in a lot of ways. I had the chance earlier to speak with Mother Patricia Orlando from the Cathedral Church of St. Luke in downtown Orlando, where they are holding a Blue Christmas service coming up on Thursday. And I asked her to talk about what we should know and what we should keep in mind about people struggling this holiday season, and how we as friends and as loved ones can help others.
You know, out in the we hear on the news, we hear in the stores, all of the music that is bringing joy, and families are gathering. But there's a whole lot of people that one may not have family coming together. They've just lost a loved one. They've lost their job. The season, the heightened joy that you see around you and hear around you just heightens the loss that's within our hearts and in our lives.
Yeah, talk about that, because it's one thing. It's hard enough to be going through that, and then to see all the joy and the cheeriness and all of the merriment that goes on. That is something that in many cases can just make it even harder for those people carrying these burdens to feel worse, to feel unseen in many ways.
I think in isolation, there's a feeling of isolation, and they're grieving. Our culture, our society is one that is not we don't handle grief very well. We tend to want to put it away because it doesn't feel good, and it doesn't seem like that's a successful feeling.
And talk about why it's important to, though, if you are someone going through this, why is it so important to not just push it aside, but to, make space to feel those feelings of grief or exhaustion or whatever the case may be, loneliness, isolation, whatever those feelings are?
Well, what made me start the service 2 years ago, we're in our third year, was because I was a hospice chaplain for a few years. And before that, I grew up in our culture, and my mom was the smiley face mom. Everything, as long as you were smiling, everything would be fine. And I found out that that's not the case, that you can't just smile it away, because grief, when you lose something, grief is in our bodies. And it's important to learn how to grieve in a healthy manner, because you're going to grieve. You can't just put it away. Our bodies keep the score. We can't just forget it. And if we don't learn how to do it in a healthy way, it will come out. If we don't let grief out in a healthy way, it will come out in an unhealthy way. And so I wanted to create a space, a sacred space, where people would feel safe to be able to either cry or acknowledge that that there is a loss in my life, and then to offer hope there. And one good way to not isolate is to have someone who can just be beside you. In community, maybe not even saying a word about it, but one healthy way of grieving is to express. People a lot of times will tell their story over and over and over again. Well, that's a form of processing your grief. And so being able to be in a space that offers that space for you to grieve in a way that you need to was an impetus for starting this service.
So talk to us about this service and what people can expect, and kind of how it might be different in order to kind of provide that space for people who may be going through a tough time.
Absolutely. The atmosphere, well, first of all, the cathedral is a place that has had prayers in it for 100 years. When you walk into the space, you feel the peace of those prayers over the years in that worship. We keep the lights down low. So we have candlelight, we have music that is appropriate, we don't have the merry music where you want to be like like up and joyful. It is music that is soothing. We have one thing that we do that we do have a Eucharist service. It is a Christian service, so we do have Eucharist for those who would want to partake, and for those who don't, we urge them to come forward and be blessed. One thing that we do different in this service that we don't do in our other services is that when we make the offering, we specifically say no money. We would like you, invite you. Of course, you don't have to do anything. Everything is optional, but we invite you to write down that loss, that right there on a card. That putting it onto paper acknowledges the loss. And then we ask you to put it into the offering plate, and we offer it up onto the altar. I sense them, and after the Eucharist, we take those offerings, all of those losses, and we go out into our courtyard where we have music, a string quartet playing soft music, and and we have a fire pit, and I have each individual loss. I don't out loud, but inside I pray and I lift them up to the God who made made each person, and I pray for them, and then I put the card into the fire pit, not as a getting rid of it, but as an offering to say God will be with us. That one of the best things that we can have in grief is someone to walk beside us, someone just to know somebody's there. You don't have to. It's most time best not even to say and try to fix anything, because you can't fix the loss. So those are the main differences in our Blue Christmas as opposed to our other services.
Now, you mentioned how we as a society don't always necessarily handle grief and these things well, and I'm curious from a perspective of maybe someone who is not necessarily going through that themselves this season, but maybe knows of someone who is, and what you would say to them about how they might be able to help someone or be there for someone, and the kind of words of advice you would give so that they necessarily don't have to run away from it, but at the same time don't have to try to fix it, like you said. What would you say?
Absolutely. I would say don't advise anything. There's no advice to someone when they've experienced a loss. I would, if you're a friend, be a friend. Offer your time to sit with them. Ask them what you can do, and you know what? Don't even ask them what you can do, because they're going to go, oh, nothing. There really isn't anything. Just say, hey, you want to go? Would you like to go for a walk? I'd love to come hang out with you, and just be with that person. And if you can't, or you don't have the time for that at this season, invite them to, or maybe you could invite them to come to a Blue Christmas. We're not the only ones doing Blue Christmas. Find a Blue Christmas somewhere and invite them and go with them. Just having someone there, or just saying, hey, I'm here for you, and checking in with them. Don't wait for them to call you. Check in with them. And just, even if it's a text, because I know we're a big texting society, text them a message, send them a GIF, one of those little, hey, I'm thinking about you. It's just nice to know that others are with you.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't even take much. Just little things can go a long way. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Can we call it the Lake Mary miracle? The last-second Hail Mary and lateral that led to that last-second touchdown for the Lake Mary Rams against Vero Beach in the Class 7A state championship on Saturday night. It's the Rams' first state title in football, and just moments ago we had the chance to catch up with head coach Scott Perry about what that win means.
And, you know, everyone was just screaming, crying. It was just euphoria. It was amazing. I'm just so happy, and the kids were so happy, and our hard work paid off, and relief that we won, excited that we won. It was an amazing experience. Yeah, we were down 21-3 at halftime, and we're never out of it. Our kids came back and won week 1 against Miami Norland. We scored 22 points in the fourth quarter to win the game. So I knew we weren't out of it at halftime. As far as a motivational speech, not really. We had some things that we had to fix. We were in the red zone and threw interceptions twice, and then got a fourth down turnover there, and just didn't play very good football in the first half. We just had to correct our mistakes. It wasn't about trying harder or anything else. It was just correct what we did wrong. And I've got a great coaching staff, and we sit down and we talk to the kids at halftime what things we want to fix, change, modify, if anything. And when we went back out there, the kids just did a better job executing. We were able to get a couple stops on defense. Our offense put together a drive. We were able to make it closer, pull within 10 points, and then that puts a little more pressure on them. And when we did that, they ended up missing a field goal, and we were able to capitalize after that drive. And, of course, when they went through that series of events there with the safety and the kickoff and then our Hail Mary, it just all fell into place.
Now, when you called for this Hail Mary, what was going through your mind? It's like, this is something that we have to do, or just as we actually have a shot at this. Like, this could come down in our favor.
Yeah.
How'd you feel about that?
Well, calling it, it's funny because I have an offensive coordinator, Adam Donnelly, and he's the one that calls the plays. But I went up to Adam as soon as I realized, we burn our timeouts. We're gonna have time for one play left. And I went down and yelled down to Adam, and I went down there and talked to him, and Adam, we got one play. Make it a good one. And we knew it had to be the Hail Mary. And it just played out perfectly because, Barrett Schultz was he's our 6'5" receiver, and he's our go-to guy. But what they tried to do was take him out of the play by putting a guy on him up front, bump and run coverage, and then they also had a bunch of guys deep. So they slowed Barrett getting off the line of scrimmage. So as they slowed him down, the play developed, and Noah threw the ball, and they tipped it backwards. Well, who's the last guy down the field but Barrett? And it tipped it right to him. So he was in perfect position because of what they did at the line of scrimmage. And then he made the play, they're catching it, and as he rolled to the sides, tried to spin out of their tackle, TJ comes up and grabs it and gets in the end zone, and it was just, it was unbelievable in the fact that you don't see that type of play very often, and it was just amazing that those guys had the football intelligence to make that happen.
Tell me about these kids. They're just clicking together. Or they're just reading each other's minds. They played, so well together. It's just for a play like that to come together. It's like everybody's in the same space at the same time.
Exactly, and it took a while to get there. We had 30 transfers in this summer, and in the off season, and we started out 2-2, and then we ended up losing another one later on. So we had 3 losses. We took our lumps. We had a very difficult schedule, probably one of the most difficult in the state of Florida, which ends up paying off because when you have that adversity at the beginning of the season and you really can test yourselves and see where you're strong and weak and see who's going to be a weak link or so forth. And the kids, they go through all those growing pains together. And so by the end of the season, by about week 8, week 9, week 10, we went through all that growing pain and we got to a point to where these guys are now trusting each other. They, Noah knows what Barrett's going to do. We have a route called choice route. So he doesn't have an actual play or a route in mind. He runs and sees what the corner's going to do. And then he'll break.
Well, what a game, what a season. And certainly a huge congratulations to the Lake Mary Rams celebrating the school's first state title in football after a big win, 28-27, Saturday night down in Miami over Vero Beach. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. It's been a busy last hour. We still have more to come, so if you're watching on Fox Local and YouTube, sit tight. We got another half hour with you. If you're watching with us on Fox 35 TV, you can watch more live streaming news coverage coming up next on Fox Local. I'll give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach as we wrap up this hour. Again, more to come after this, so keep it here.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. 3 o'clock p.m. We've been going for 4 hours. Still have another half hour with you, and we appreciate you joining us here today. We do expect to hear shortly from President Donald Trump, expected to speak in the Oval Office as part of a Mexican border defense medal presentation. So we expect that to begin soon, and if that happens in this next half hour here, we will bring that to you live right here on Fox Local and on YouTube. A couple of things are happening right now at this hour. Let me give you a live look right now. Providence, Rhode Island, where the FBI is again back out on the scene at Brown University, looking for new evidence and scouring that crime scene once again after this weekend's shooting that killed 2, injured 9 others. As I said earlier, we did see last night that investigators released an initial person of interest from custody. So the gunman still believed to be out on the loose, unclear right now where that investigation is headed, but the FBI, again, back out on the scene. I can give you a live look right now at the U.S. House of Representatives, where there is some debate going on right now about a number of bills and that kind of thing. We are keeping an eye on that. I'm trying to see if there's anything in particular that they are discussing at the moment, and I am not sure of that. But I do want to go ahead and get us live right now back inside this courtroom in Hillsborough County, where the death penalty phase of the trial against Mackenzie Lyons is going on right now in Hillsborough County. Lyons was convicted on Friday, first-degree murder, charged in connection with the deaths of a man and a pregnant woman back in 2018. And the opening statements this afternoon, the prosecutor, the opening statements of this penalty phase, I should clarify, the prosecutor was talking about the brutality of this crime and painting a picture for us about what happened. And we heard a little bit from the defense attorney basically asking that they not put the client to death. Mackenzie Lyons is facing the death penalty in this case. So let's go ahead and listen in. There is a witness on the stand right now, and let's listen in as this trial continues.
Or any sort of documentation where that was reported?
No.
So again, that is a self-report from the defendant or from members of his family. Is that true?
That's correct.
And again, when we talk about post-traumatic stress disorder, that sort of a pain, again, made while he was found to be malingering and faking, that is a diagnosis of a person who is trying to avoid. Is that correct? It's an avoidance.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
If one of the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder is that to avoid, people with that specifically are trying to avoid stressful circumstances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in a case where a person is committed an armed robbery, an armed burglary, where there are firearms and there is violence a part of, that is not avoiding a stressful traumatic situation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And certainly video footage of that instance would help elucidate or help indicate whether or not that diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder is indeed an accurate diagnosis. Wouldn't that be true, sir?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to have nothing further.
Thank you.
Doctor, you were asked to work on this case by the defense, correct?
Correct.
But is it also correct that you were, in fact, court appointed in this case?
Correct.
And your billing is at the rate that is approved by the state of Florida, correct?
Correct.
And you were actually paid by the state?
Correct.
And your billing must be first approved before you get the payment from the state of Florida. The billing has to be approved by the court, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the hours that you put in at the jail, conducting your test and speaking with the defendant, and then also trying to look at records as much as you can, and talking to family members, is that all part of the necessary work that you have to do to be prepared to testify as an expert witness?
Correct.
Would it be correct to say that self-reporting by the defendant is a small part of your evaluation?
That's correct.
Obviously, you talk to him and he tells you something, and that's called self-reporting.
Correct.
But you don't base all your findings on that self-reporting, correct?
Correct.
Are your psychological tests that are standard psychological tests, are the results dependent on self-reporting by the defendant?
No, it's objective.
And is it important to talk to family or friends to corroborate your forensic findings?
Correct.
And is that part of the state a proposal mitigation circumstances? The defendant has a history of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse as a child consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that just based on self-reporting?
No.
Also, the defense has proposed that the defendant has maintained a loving relationship with family and friends while incarcerated. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Is that just based on self-reporting?
No.
The defense has also proposed that the defendant has displayed appropriate behavior and the ability to follow rules while incarcerated. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Is that based on just on self-reporting?
No.
The defense has proposed that the defendant has developed religious and spiritual awareness while incarcerated. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Is that based on your investigation?
Yes.
Is that just based on self-reporting by the defendant?
No.
Okay. Now, in answering the state's questions, you were, I believe, part of your answer was the mental incompetency based on the defendant not answering questions, and your answer was in part. Can you elaborate on that?
So, I think that when an individual is not fully competent, meaning that there's a psychiatric condition, illness, that the individual's in the midst of or in the throes of, it is almost impossible to conduct psychological testing or malingering measures. The two of them are antithetical, meaning that during the time that I saw him, where he was incompetent, where he was not rational, he did not meet the criteria for competency. There was no point at that point to start to do malingering measures. Malingering measures cannot be done in an individual when they're in a psychotic state or in a somewhat of a psychotic state. And therefore, I would dismiss findings of malingering at that point. Now, once the individual is in a point where they are restored or they are mentally competent, at that point, you certainly can give malingering measures, and that is appropriate. So I think that it all depends upon the state of the individual. Mr. Lyons, there again periods of time where he was clearly not competent, and he was psychotic, and the jail, they diagnosed him with multiple psychiatric conditions, independent. It's just not my findings, but again,
is there anything?
Hearing testimony from someone who is discussing some of the competency questions and the mental status of the the man who is now convicted in this case, and talking about that. Meanwhile, you are seeing pretty active pictures out of Rhode Island. Again, this is the scene on the campus of Brown University where the FBI investigators have been out. You see the crime scene tape still up. We have seen them searching for more evidence throughout the afternoon over the past hour or so. It has been a pretty active scene out there, and so we're keeping a close eye on that. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at the White House, where we are waiting to hear from President Donald Trump any minute now, expected to speak in the Oval Office during a ceremony of some sort of presentation of the Mexican Border Defense Medal. So we will expect to hear from him shortly. Welcome back in. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us here on this Monday afternoon. If you are a lottery player, make sure you have those tickets for tonight's Powerball jackpot. It's $1.1 billion. That is billion with a B. Yes, it is the 6th largest Powerball drawing in history. Fox 35 associate producer Reina Nieves had the chance to speak with Reggie Dixon from the Florida Lottery about tonight's drawing.
So we're here to talk about the Powerball, which is now the 6th largest Powerball in history. Can you tell me a little bit about how the Powerball works and how we get here exactly?
Sure. The Powerball is one of our multi-state games. So multiple states run the Powerball. And so you have players all over the nation. Whenever someone wins, the different states, they do pay their proportionate share of that game.
Okay, and tell me about the stakes. What potentially could someone be winning tonight?
Someone could potentially be winning $1.1 billion. So that is one of the largest Powerballs that we've had in recent years.
So when you take away like taxes and all that stuff, around what can we be expecting to win? What can this person be expecting to win?
So we do have to take taxes out. Each state has to take taxes out of the actual jackpot. But it's going to depend on the winner. If the winner wants to take it out over a period of time, then they will get the full $1.1 billion. If not, there's going to be a lesser amount based off the, of course, the present value of that, which is a little over $400 some odd million.
Okay, and is there any how exactly does someone win? Is there a tie, or can two people win a Powerball?
So yes, you can have multiple winners. Of course, you've got to have all the right numbers, but you can have multiple winners just depending on the folks that play. So you can have multiple winners in different states, or even have multiple winners in the same state. We've had that happen in the past before.
This huge amount of money is a lot to fathom. Does the size of the jackpot impact anything? Does the bigger the jackpot is impact any odds of winning?
The size of the jackpot does not impact the odds of winning. Obviously, the larger the jackpot, the more folks who are excited about it and the more folks who actually play. But the odds of winning the jackpot do not change.
Got you. Okay, and the big question everyone wants to know is the odds of winning. There's some crazy odds. Can you just explain to me how that works and what the odds are of winning?
So the odds of winning are 1 in about 292 million winning. But we don't focus on the odds necessarily. We do focus on the benefit to the state of Florida. So the Florida lottery and the jackpot and the Powerball, those funds go towards funding higher education in the state of Florida. And so we do try to talk to our folks about playing responsibly and our players about playing responsibly. So we don't focus on the amount of the win, except the excitement of playing and the ultimate outcome, which is our beneficiary, which is higher education in Florida.
Perfect. That's amazing to hear about the opportunities that you guys have to give back to the state. It's amazing to see. So do you have any advice for players tonight or anything do you have any lucky tricks that you have? Do you yourself play the Powerball?
So no, we do not. I'm not allowed to play the Powerball, but for our players, we do always encourage our players to play responsibly, play within their means, make sure that you're not chasing a win, that you are just playing for the sheer fun of it. We have some great games here, and the Powerball is one of those games. The last piece of advice I could leave our players is to make sure that you do play by 10 o'clock. After 10, and the drawing is at 10:59, so you want to get your tickets by 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Okay. Well, we'll see about that. And what happens tonight if there's no declared winner? What would be the next prize, and how does that sort of stuff work?
So if there is no winner of the Powerball, then the prize will do what we call rollover. So at the next drawing, there will be an even larger jackpot to be won.
Do you remember what the biggest jackpot you know of in your history?
I think the biggest jackpot that we've had has been right around $2 billion. That was right around in 2022.
Wow, that's a lot of stakes are high for this game. So we'll just see what tonight brings.
Absolutely, and as always, we encourage our players to play responsibly, and to have fun.
Perfect. Well, thank you for talking to us.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for having me.
To have those tickets by 10 o'clock, drawing at 10:59. Live look inside the Oval Office at the White House. President Trump speaking now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Long and very good talks. And again, I think things are going along pretty well. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. Shouldn't happen. Should have never happened. Should have never started. That war should have never, ever started. But it did, and we're trying to get it solved. That was Biden's situation. We're trying to get it done. And I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now. We had numerous conversations with President Putin of Russia, and I think we're closer now than we have been ever. And we'll see what we can do. We want to save a lot of lives. We sell equipment to NATO. We don't spend any money, but we do want to see if we can save a lot of lives. When you're losing 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, other people too, from towns, and like places like Kiev, various other places throughout Ukraine. It's pretty bad. Nobody's seen anything like it, actually, since World War II. But we're getting closer. We're having tremendous support from European leaders. They want to get it ended also. And at this moment, Russia wants to get it ended. The problem is they'll want to get it ended, and then all of a sudden they won't. And Ukraine will want to get it ended, and all of a sudden they won't. So we have to get them on the same page. But I think that's working along. Very good talk. On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order making it core mission of the United States military to protect and defend their homeland. And today, we're here to honor our military men and women for their central role in the protection of our border, something that I campaigned very, very strongly on. And they made me look really good. They were unbelievable. They made us all look good. I mean, we went from having millions of people pouring over our border to having none in the last 8 months, none. In a few moments, we'll officially recognize their service by awarding them the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. We're joined for this occasion by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, Commander of U.S. Northern Command, General Gregory Gio, Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott Noman, Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson of the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency, Terry Cole, and many other members of our administration who have done an incredible job on the border. You know, people forget now that the border has been secure for actually 7 months, think of it, more. And they don't mention the border anymore. Nobody talks about the border. They talk about affordability, and we're the ones that are bringing the prices down. We were given the worst inflation in our country's history, and we're bringing the prices down. But the affordability is on the Democrats because they have made it unaffordable to be in this country, but we're bringing those prices down, and they're coming down quickly. Energy is coming way down, and if you look, gasoline prices are hitting in many locations $1.99 a gallon. Nobody thought they'd see that. There were $4, $5, and $6 a gallon under Biden. In the 4 years before I took office, our southern border was surrendered to criminals, drug cartels, human traffickers, and child smugglers. Our entire southwest border on the Mexican side is under the physical control of cartels that are among the most violent entities nobody's ever seen anywhere on the planet, the most violent people on the planet. Remember when the Democrats and others, the radical left, used to say that the people they're allowing into our country, immigrants, are nice people. They're not violent like our people. Well, they make our people look like babies. These are some of the most violent criminals anywhere on earth from many countries, not just Venezuela. Venezuela emptied their jails into our country, but others have also. The Congo has. So many other countries have. And we don't put up with it. I have to say the drugs coming in by sea are down 94%. And we're trying to figure out who the other 6% are. But they're down 94%, and we're going to start hitting them on land, which is a lot easier to do, frankly. But these are a direct military threat to the United States of America. They're trying to drug out our country. And you can look throughout history. Look at China when they were loaded up with drugs. They were suffering greatly, and others were able to take them over. And other countries also. They're trying to drug out our country, and we're reversing it rapidly, actually. But with the help of our great service members, we've stopped the invasion in its tracks, and we're dismantling the cartels very rapidly. And they are being declared enemies of the United States of America. They have been so declared, legally declared. More than 25,000 warriors have served in this historic operation. It is indeed an incredible and historic operation. And we've never done anything so effectively, and we've had a lot of victories. They've spent night and day enduring scorching hot and bitter cold, and they've given up their holidays and their weekends. Working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection, our armed forces have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols along the border, and today we give these great warriors the recognition that they have earned, and they have really earned it. The military component of our border security efforts is just the beginning. We're also designating the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a big deal from a legal standpoint and military standpoint. We've ended catch and release, and we endured and ensured that anyone who sets foot across our border illegally is intercepted, arrested, and immediately deported, or if they're really bad, they're put into prison because we don't want to ever take a chance if they come back. As a result, illegal border crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded in the history of our country. Think of that. The history of our country. You can all be very proud. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States of America. We inherited the worst border in the history of our country, one of the worst borders, I would say, in the world. I can't imagine any border in the world being worse when they allowed 25 million people to come in. And again, many of these people are gang members and from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And some of the worst people on earth they allowed to come into our country. We're getting a lot of them out. We've made a big dent. And the self-deportation is something nobody talks about, but literally millions of people are self-deporting because they don't want to be captured. Once they're captured, they don't have the chance to self-deport. They never have the chance to come back into our country. We inherited that border from an incompetent administration and turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. So we took the worst border in the history of our country, and in a period of 2 months, we turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. During this time, we've also achieved a 50% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, and China is working with us very closely on bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl that's being shipped. You know, fentanyl is very bad when you mix it with certain ingredients, but it also is very important for medicine, for anesthesias, various other things. I want people to understand that. It's not made necessarily for bad. When it's mixed with certain things, it becomes bad. And that's what's taking place in Mexico. And we've got it down to a much lower number, not satisfactory, but it will be satisfactory soon. In May, we executed the largest fentanyl bust in the history of the U.S., seizing 3 million fentanyl pills all at one time. Think of that, 3 million pills. It's amounted to billions of dollars worth of drugs. And last month, we seized another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent. And frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high-intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating.
President Trump continuing to speak about the border right now at a presentation ceremony where he's going to be awarding a medal. This is inside the Oval Office right now on this Monday afternoon. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus, but you can stay tuned for Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining with more live streaming weather coverage in Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up next. So thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus over the last 4.5 hours on Fox Local and YouTube. And I will see you back here tomorrow.